Hello, everyone. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for the grown folk conversation? Y'all ready for the grown folk conversation? I want to welcome everybody here. I'm about to bring the panel up as we have it. Let everybody know that I am live. Yes, I'm relatively on time. Where's Sebastian? I'm close enough to on time, Sebastian. 2 minutes is on time. But we're going to have a continuation of the conversation we had earlier. I have quite a panel backstage. We're going to have some other people coming over to join in this very important conversation. Thank you so much, LRG. I'm going to welcome everybody. And then we're going to give her the house rules, okay? So let me play this intro. I didn't get a chance to make a new intro. Y'all know how I like to do. But I'm going to make this intro. We're going to come on back, and then we're going to have a conversation tonight. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to start pulling everybody up. But before I pull my beautiful Black queens and goddesses up, I am going to set down some house rules, y'all. I'm going to say my hellos, but I'm going to set some house rules. So when the rest of the folks come and join in to the discussion tonight, I want y'all to let them know the rules of the house. I don't want no fussing, fighting, arguing, carrying on. Okay. Listen, we're going to have a good debate here, but I don't want anybody denigrating anyone. Okay. We're not going to call people out their names and all kinds of stuff tonight. I want this to be a conversation where we exchange ideas and we talk about how we are feeling in this moment, because this moment that's happened today and the future, potentially future moments that will happen in the future, we have to look at what's going on right now so that we don't lose anything else in the future. And so that we can shape the future for our children, for our grandchildren. So this is not for the faint of heart, and this is not for those that cannot actually put together a coherent thought. I want you all to express yourselves, but I will not stand for any name calling or anything like that in the chat. The other thing I'm going to ask that you all do, please, if you are going to use curse words in the chat, because this is a sensitive topic, if we're going to use curse words or anything like, violation in the case of R words, or violation or abuse that is suffered at the hands of a family member, I'm going to ask that you misspell those, please. Because what happens is once the bots pick up on a whole lot of curse words in the chat, then here they come. Okay. So we want to keep that down. So please, please, please misspell those words. Okay. That's the other thing. I think the only third thing is we're going to have this discussion a little bit and as a panel, and then I'm going to begin to bring people up. And I can only have 10 up at a time, so I will be rotating through as we have more folks in the chat. Mods, I am going to copy some link addresses and I'm going to put them in the chat as I bring everyone up. Channel. I'm going to ask that you all please do subscribe to my guests, my content creator guests, and we'll continue to put their information throughout during the evening. I'm going to bring up first a dynamic duo. Both of these women comprise the Lola Lane YouTube channel. I want to welcome Lola Lane and Corey to the panel. Hello, ladies. How are y'all?
Hello, beautiful. How are you?
Hi.
I'm well. I'm well. My blood pressure's
Bless.
down a little bit from earlier. So
I
we
know.
all
I
right.
see you getting your drink on. I see you with your Wonder Woman cup.
Yeah. So I was going to do wine. However, I
Mm.
realized in the morning I was going to have a headache. So instead, I've got some bourbon and some Coke. Believe it
She
or not, I will
she
not
brought
have
out
a headache
she brought
from
out the
that.
brown liquor. Okay, the liquor.
I have got a mega pint.
Oh well,
Come on, Johnny.
I
Come on,
think it's a.
Johnny.
I
I know
think we
that's
can all
right.
agree it's a brown liquor kind of day. It's a brown liquor kind of day. Okay, it most certainly is.
Ladies, I appreciate you so much being here with us today. I cannot wait for this conversation, and I am literally putting
Yeah.
together. Here we have our next. Okay, we have Chronicles of the Gray Haired Diva, and I am putting her channel in the chat right now. So, mods, if you guys can just kind of make sure you're kind of copying that and putting that somewhere, putting these links so that our guests can have their channels shouted out. Diva,
Hey,
hey, how are
hey,
you, goddess? How are you, sis?
hey, I'm doing well. Nice to see you. You know, I said I missed you, and I love your hair like that. I love
Thank
it any way
you.
you do it, but I love it like that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I missed you too. I've been busy.
I know.
I've been busy. We've been doing a lot of things over here, making a lot of moves, constructing the table, not only the table, but the
Yes,
mansion.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Constructing not only the table,
Mhm.
but the mansion.
Nice.
And because I believe in that I believe we should be constructing our own mansions, having our own corporations as well, so that we can employ and help others reach their purpose. So that's why I've been over here doing.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. And now I'm gonna be drinking a mega pint tonight, but
Ooh, I can't
Well,
wait. It
listen,
feels like it's a
listen.
quarter way down. I want to
I,
okay.
see.
I'm drinking with you, but I got
All
water
right.
and lemon. I got
She
water
gonna
and
start
lemon.
clapping. She
Listen,
gonna start.
I got my
I got a
water
gun.
over here, so I won't get too bad.
Mhm.
Mm.
We we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say hello to the
I hear
people.
that.
Hey, I'm gonna say hello to the people. So we're gonna get started here. Hello to Miss Desiree. Hello, Angelia. Hello to my mom, Melinda. Hello, darling. Hello. Hello, Tara. How are you? And Jace, welcome back. Thank you very much. LRGA Curse, thank you so much for being here. I so appreciate all of you. Hello, Miss Sharon. Hey, sweetheart. Chronically ill. Did you get your email with your link? If not, I will drop it. Hey, Cricket, how are you? Amused? Hello, Conscious. Hello, Conscious TV. We're going to drop his. I'm going to end up bringing Conscious up as well. Those of you
Mm.
that don't know him, he is a fabulous, fabulous. I call him my baby daddy now, but he's not really
Ah,
my boo. He has a wonderful channel and always very insightful. So we're definitely going to have him along with us as well for the conversation. And we're going to find his channel as well. Hey, Sebastian, welcome back. Welcome back, guys. I'm going to try to get through this so I can be sure I'm saying hello. Hello, Levon. How are you, dear? So good to see y'all. I'm so glad y'all could be here. And please be sure to support the channels, to support these content creators because they are truly doing the Lord's work, as they say,
Oh.
and entertaining all of us and keeping us on
yeah.
point.
I mean,
Darrell, hello, Darrell Washington. What do you think the world would be like if women ruled the world?
Mm.
Ooh, baby, it'd be a lot different.
It
it'd be a
wouldn't
lot
be a
more peaceful.
mess,
I
I can
feel
tell
like.
you that.
Mm.
It would be a lot more
Uh-huh.
peaceful.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm actually going to say this though. I don't think either male or female needs to rule. I think we need to partner.
I
Yeah.
agree. That's good.
I think
Balance.
we need
100%. 100%.
I think we need to be balanced. We're out of balance.
Yes.
Yes.
We're out of balance. We're out of balance.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Chronicles, welcome, 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 welcome. I'm just trying to make sure. Hello, Ty. Welcome back. Hey, Lisa girl, how are you, baby? How are you? How are you? Make sure I'm not missing anybody. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read this one. You're important. You're here for the whole Plain Jane. That's what we got going on. Plain Jane. You here for the grown folk. Well, you in the right place for some grown folk conversation
No,
because I'm
she's
not here
fine.
for for no nonsense. Hey, Toon fan, how are you? All
It's my
right,
book bag.
now,
I had a book bag. Okay.
now, okay. Miss Sharon says, and this movie is about control. Well, potentially yes. All right, ladies, we've had a few hours now to digest this, and we've had multiple conversations. I've seen this over across multiple platforms.
Mm.
I'm gonna go around the horn real quick here. I'm gonna start with Lola, then we're gonna go with
Yes.
Corey, then we're gonna go to Diva, and so I want us to kind of give kind of a brief synopsis. How are you feeling right now, as far as now that you've had some time to digest this whole situation?
Um, I was talking to a coworker earlier. She's working remotely in Puerto Rico right now, so she kind of heard the news a little later. I actually informed her about it. Um, I told her I felt, in a sense, like a tad bit of exaggeration, but pretty on the nose. I felt like cattle. I felt like I kind of had I'm not deemed responsible enough or intelligent enough as of a being to make decisions over my own body and what I see fit for my life.
That's fair.
And I feel as if no matter what religion, reason, or case you may have for not wanting, right, this to be legal, I believe that people should have the choice because not all of us, like in many things of life, see things the same. And we should not dictate one another's lives. And therefore, we should have the choice
Mm-hmm.
and make that for ourselves.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. That's fair.
Mhm.
Okay. Miss Corey, where are we at now?
Yes. But I am fired up. I'm ready to take action. And I'm ready to fight the good fight to save my rights to what I want to do.
Mhm. Okay.
Can you hear me?
That's very succinct. I was expecting a little bit more from you. Uh,
Yeah.
that's. I think she's saving it. She's saving it. Uh, she'll be unleashing. We're gonna
I'm gonna
talk about
save the
some things
fire
that.
for a little later.
Okay, baby. All right, sounds good. Uh, Diva,
Mhm.
what do we think?
It's very emotional. It's emotional. It's shocking. I knew this was going on, but I never in my wildest dreams thought that this would be the outcome. And I think it is bigger than, I'm beyond the conversation of whether doing this is right or wrong. I'm about it should be a choice between that person and themselves. Okay. They should have the option to choose to do what they want to do. And whatever they choose is really none of my business. But I don't think it should be blocked on a level where they can actually, go to jail or something like that because they need to make that decision. And it's a trickle effect. And I know we're going to get into more conversation with this, right? It is really is beyond just that woman. It's a whole trickle effect where I feel personally that, and this has nothing to do with no color. I have feel personally that it's going to impact the people on a lower economical level in so many ways that is very scary. It's extremely scary.
Yes, and I'm gonna say some of that commentary that I have. We're gonna welcome Chocolate Earth to the platform. Thank you, Chocolate Earth, for being here. I want to agree with you, Diva, as well. What I find interesting, though, is also if we look at what's happened over the last even 3 to 4 months, maybe even 6 now, with gas, food, everything, all these prices going up, the cost or inability to get housing, the cost of housing, all of these things, it is truly affecting the poor. Everything that's happened damn near over the last, I'm sorry, y'all. If y'all don't like cussing, this is to everybody. I'm
Mhm.
so sorry. I'm already drinking. So it's going to happen. It's
That
Friday
brown
night.
liquor.
We
That
ain't got
brown
nowhere
liquor.
to, I don't know if you got anywhere to be. I ain't got nowhere to be. You know what I'm saying? So, it's
It's
my
that
house. I'm going to
bourbon,
cuss.
that bourbon talking.
Now, see, if I was drinking the red wine, y'all would really be in trouble. So I kept it in the bottle. But, everything that's happened over the last 6 months really has
Okay.
affected the poorest of our country the greatest. If you can't even afford to go and you can't afford to put no gas in the car,
Mhm.
you can't afford to move to a better neighborhood, you can't afford the food. I think I was joking around the other day, but I'm dead serious. When a bag of Lay's is $6.20 here in Wisconsin, we got a damn problem. When a bag
Mhm.
of potato chips is more than a gallon of gas.
Mhm.
Not that you should be eating potato chips, but that you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, we
So
do.
Right.
it's all like if we look at it, it is literally, I kind of begin to look at this as a strategic attack.
Yes.
And let's just all be real. Now I know there's more than just us that are in the lower economic stratosphere.
Mm.
However, I got to take care of mine for a hot second, right?
No, you're right. You're
It's
right.
gotta it's I got a problem with how it's becoming class, guys, and less race and more class
Yep.
as we
Mm-hmm.
go forward in this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Chocolate Earth, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hey,
Thank you.
y'all.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm gonna just the streets is gone. They done took they done took the wind out of a sister today.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
look here. Woo! Child. Okay, let me start here. I'm gonna go back to what you had just said about taking care of my own. Uh, I am in shock that I'm here to see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think what it is because the shock comes from the entitlement and the boldness of our government
Mm-hmm.
and the Supreme Court. I'm amazed. Never had a
Mm.
child, never produced a baby, never had to go get a gynecologist test, never had to lay back and breathe on a table one time in your life. And to the other point, as a woman in this country, we have been beat over the head with this "we should know our place" rhetoric, and so now um, we're supposed to sit back and fold our hands and go, "Oh well, this is a positive. What about all the children? Um, what about all the children in foster care? What about all the children that are in bad homes?"
Mm-hmm.
And the same people that yell pro life, are the same people who want to cut Medicare and Social Security and food stamps and tell you to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. But you're gonna take my straps, you're gonna take the boots, you're gonna take the ground I'm standing on,
Mm-hmm.
and then you still expect me to swim. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready. I got my spear. I'm about to
Okay.
get that shield popping. I'm ready to go, and
Yep.
I want to know where do I sign up, because I'm choosing violence today. Like, let's go.
Oh Lord, she choosing chaos.
I think
She's
she's drinking
choosing
brown.
chaos.
She's
Hey,
drinking brown liquor too.
oh wait a minute, hold on. What's gonna scare everybody is I ain't even drinking. This is me on an everyday.
I think
Uh-oh.
I might be the only one drinking.
That look here.
I'm about to join you.
Listen,
Okay.
the only reason I don't got it, because baby, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I feel for the fact I have a close even a closer place in this, meaning I've had to take one of my closest friends
Mm.
to one of the Planned Parenthoods. I've had to, my sister, if she didn't have insurance, if there was nothing in place to assist women and young girls,
Mm-hmm.
how her life might be totally, in the sense of her health was a problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She looked at, and these funds that show up for these particular situations, for women's issues, period, because we don't have a choice in the matter. You come here into this world, you have no choice. You are who you are,
Mm-hmm.
and you're molded by environment, and you're molded by um, all those around you. And I am disgusted. I am disgusted beyond reproach. And I think the politicking, there is going to have to be chaos.
Mhm.
And for the first time, for in a long time, ladies and our allies, we gonna have to pick up them spears. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Only blackness evident.
Here's the thing.
Right.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Diva.
mean, well-behaved
Yep.
women rarely make history anyway. So
Probably true.
Say it again.
Go ahead, Miss
For the
Diva.
people in the back.
So my thing is, right, they want to control and say, save the baby in the womb, right? But
Mhm.
my thing is, why don't you have that same energy for the babies outside the womb? So we just at that school had all of them babies who lives were taken by another person with a weapon, right? So you don't want to take
Mhm.
away the right for them to carry a weapon, but you want to take away the right for us to tell us what to do with our body. Make it make sense. Life should be life, right? So have that same energy and protect every life outside of the womb. You're okay with the death penalty, but you're saying life is life. Well,
Mm,
where's life? So you're
mm,
okay with taking a life when you say it's okay. But if a woman wants to, not keep a baby, then it's problematic. It's dead wrong. And they have no morals, they this, they're that, and so forth and whatever, right?
mm,
So, but here's the thing also, too, right? So you are not going to stop a behavior because you have a certain law. If that was the case, no one would be
yeah.
in jail right now. Okay. So just if you think you're going to control something because now you're saying, oh, well, they cannot use this as a form of birth control, whatever the case may be. They need to keep their legs closed. They need to not have sex. Well, that's not going to stop the people from doing that. Because you did this, it's not going to stop that. So what will stop that and maybe prevent that and maybe change that is education. But
mhm,
you taking away the right to do a certain thing, all it's going to do is going to have a trickle effect on other things, right? So my thing now is it's illegal. So what if I'm having a miscarriage and now I go to the hospital and someone in that hospital says, oh, she ain't have no miscarriage. She just tried to take her baby and remove her baby herself. And so what do they do now? They're going to call the authorities, and now I'm going to get locked up. And now it's up to some doctor and some paperwork to determine whether or not I was really having a miscarriage or if I was trying to take that baby out myself because I didn't want it. So
Right.
you got all of these things that can happen as a result of this particular law, right? And the other thing I want to add to the conversation is I believe they said that if you are ARD, then they may perhaps allow it in a state where it's not allowed. So then what are you going to have? A whole bunch of women
Mhm.
maybe accusing a guy of R'ing them
Yeah.
just because they got pregnant
I
and
mean,
now
they don't
they
even
don't want
believe
it.
them, but they don't even believe them when they accuse someone and go to court and try to
No,
get
it
justice.
depends on who you
Now
are
that
that you don't get believed. That's not
right,
true.
and
It
it
depends
depends.
on
It
that.
depends on a lot of different things. Let's
Yeah.
not, because and no offense, but I'm not about to allow what just happened in that celebrity case to be the
Oh
case.
no, I understand. No, I
You see what I'm
understand.
saying? Because
No,
what
no, I
she
get what you're
did, she
saying.
quoted about 15 different damn movies, and I can tell you the scenes in
Right.
each damn one. And she didn't
Right.
even cry when the people that were in the damn movies at least cried. So, I mean, that she, no.
No,
So,
no, I get what you're saying. It's just that I personally have known women who have tried to get justice and didn't get it because they were told that they were wearing a skimpy outfit, or they were told that they were too drunk so they couldn't remember or whatever of what had happened to them, when they could in fact detail every moment of the horrible circumstance.
Right,
I,
but my point is that the whole thing is it could cause a trickle effect. And
absolutely.
even if you, whether or not they believe them or not, if they accuse the wrong person, they will it could cause chaos in that person's life. If I'm
Absolutely.
gonna just use myself for example, I get pregnant, now I'm scared, I don't want to have the baby, but instead of me saying, you know what, I know that there's this caveat in the law, then I'm gonna say, well, person A over there, they took advantage of me.
Right.
And so you think they're gonna wait? They may say, okay, go ahead and do it for her because she said this person took advantage of her. Like, it's just a trickle effect.
But they're still going to make potentially, now this is all hypothetical, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they could still potentially make you then sign a criminal complaint,
Mm-hmm.
right? To keep you from being able to just come in and say that this happened. Because if you slip up and say that you might have known the person, but then they don't see any evidence of, because now we're 3 or 4 weeks out. So now, to Lola's point, you can't prove this because no kit's going to be able to tell that, right? Unless you have some serious injuries. So now it's, well, was it potentially consensual, or did you not want to give it to your boyfriend or your husband or whatever?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So now you got to sign a criminal complaint in order for you to be able to get this procedure done. This
Right.
could
And I
cause
also,
a whole lot of issues,
right.
that, to Diva's point, like this is serious.
And I think also what I wanted to clarify also, the Amber Heards of the world are quick to be believed, but women of color, since we're seen as more promiscuous and sexy and all that, we are oftentimes not as taken as seriously when we have complaints about not only criminal things that happen to us, but even medically when we go to the doctor and we tell them this hurts, that hurts, and we're not taken seriously.
Right. I mean, and that's a whole nother, like I think I've discussed briefly, my youngest daughter really should be getting treated for a situation because she doesn't reproductively. I'll just put like that. I want to put her business out there, but the doctors won't treat her, or wouldn't, when she was younger, because their comment was, well, you don't want to be a 20, 21-year-old young African American girl having children. And she's like, I don't even have a boyfriend. What is, but the assumption already is, right, that somehow because she has more melanin in her skin, that somehow she's just running around.
Correct. Baby
So
daddy.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
My
So
question is also, how can a country that was founded on genocide, slavery, and all these human atrocities be try now to be the moral compass
They're not.
on this?
It's not a moral compass. This is numbers. This is a number game.
Yeah, but they're using morals as the argument. I get what you're saying.
Well,
but they're
because
using morals as
they can't come out and say white women aren't having enough children. Birth rates have been going
That
down
part.
since
Yes.
2013
that part.
in this country.
Yes.
Once you think about that. So almost 50 years of Roe versus Wade. And in that has opened up a lot of situations where, before you could only do that if you had money. You could only do it if you could fly somewhere, or you were sent away, or you just had to have the baby. When in the 1980s, when women started gore and more, and not us, I'm not when they started really working in the workforce on a heavy basis, turned into a numbers game. When the census came out in 2020, that's when I got nervous. And that's just the truth.
But they've been talking about that chocolate earth for years.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I can remember in the 70s and the 80s, there was already projections that the Caucasian race would be the minority close to around this time, if not within the next decade or so, due to the fact that there was already in the 70s a diminished, 60s into the 70s diminished birth rate, and the trajectory was such that plus an influx of Hispanic population. And if you notice, this is also when Planned Parenthood was started in the 70s, and where was it put by the eugenicists in our communities, primarily in a higher concentration. That's the political side of it. That my issue, though, and I'm not trying to diminish that, guys, at all. You know how I love to talk about that. But I'm gonna bring up let me bring this up, this list of states up. We talked about this earlier today. So these are the states where it's either going to be illegal or you really in a bad or you're really in a bad spot. Alabama likely to be illegal. I just read, hold on. We're going to get there, but Arkansas Conscious TV posted something, and I'm going to put this up too as well, where in Arkansas they've already canceled the medically induced pill abortions. They had to do that as of today. These women have already had these appointments booked last week. They are well within their first trimester. This is not as if they're trying to do this into their second trimester. And they had to call them today because there was a trigger law. Arizona, let's see, line of utter confusion, no new patients. In some states, Arizona has 2 competing abortion laws, a total ban or a 15-week ban. So they don't even know yet. Arkansas, it is now now what this isn't completely truthful. What is illegal, and you guys know I don't like splitting hairs. I just want to be truthful. What is illegal is the pill, the pill induced version. So they would rather that you go and you literally submit your body to surgery in Arkansas. So you would submit your body to a surgical, even though it's outpatient, it is still a surgical procedure. Rather than doing the medical procedure, which is infinitely safer.
Can I tell you something why, Lisa? Can I tell you something why?
Yes, ma'am.
Because they use that fetal tissue. That's a whole nother subject or a whole nother day. They use that fetal tissue for different things. And I won't get deeper into that right now, right? But they use that fetal tissue for different things. So if you take the pill, you
don't get the tissue.
You don't get the tissue the same way. Now, if we surgically take it, then we could get and utilize all that tissue. And what people don't know is they have the right, but again, you're not thinking about all of this, and they're not going to tell you this when you go have these procedures done. You have the right to say what happens to that fetus, and that tissue and all of that. So this is a really bigger conversation, but that's why that state, because they don't want to miss out on what they utilize that fetal tissue for. So they'll take away the pill and make you come get the procedure. But I'm sorry, I just wanted to add that into the conversation.
No, you're right. And we might get there. I haven't even put a dent in my makeup paint yet. We might yet get there. Because that was a partial conversation. We've had this before when all of us got together the last time we had this. And so I was having that conversation earlier today. That's why this is nuanced and layered. Because while I have a major problem, I understand constitutionally this is being returned to the states. I understand also the positive side of more things being returned to the states for us as we the people to have a say-so over it.
Right.
It hurts right now. It hurts right now. But there's a bigger constitutional conversation to have about surrounding us having more agency. What I don't like is the how. What I don't like is here we have these people that sit up here, actually on both sides, they're both lying through their damn teeth anyway. But we have these people that have now sat on high and made this grandiose decision and are threatening to try to make more. About contraception and LGBTQIA plus. I got it. What they do in their bedroom. It's none of my business what you do in your bedroom.
Right. Amen.
I mean, unless you want to share it somewhere and I might happen to see it. But if you ain't trying to share it and I ain't going to look for it, I don't care. Well, go on there. Okay.
Right. If y'all want to see some Go On Hearts OnlyFans after the show, I'm playing.
Why was I thinking the same thing? Like, I mean, if you trying to see, no, but
you understand what I'm saying? So
yes,
this is a bigger issue. They literally sell, guys. So just we're clear, and this happens in every clinic. Do not be deceived. they will sell the fetal cells, and depending upon at what stage, at what trimester that particular state has up until now allowed it. Because I remember back in the 90s, federally, they made it illegal for you to, after 6.5 months, I believe, for you to have an abortion. Because before then, and I hear that in New York it's still the same way, you can literally go full term, give birth, and say, I don't want that child. That's a problem. Okay. What I will tell you, and you can, anybody that's in the science field can back me up. The stem cells from melanated children adapt, grow, become, morph, and are less rejected and more adaptable across the board. Period.
How about that?
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to add that to your
Go
point.
ahead.
This is why I have been yelling from the treetops. If we had our own hospitals, if we had our own clinics, if we had things, we can make these decisions ourselves as to what is going on in our bodies and in our lives can be taken care of by us. I don't understand it. And to the young lady, I think it's Yolanda, and I'm all for it. When I say, and I just want to clarify, when I say violence, I don't mean I'm gonna go up and put my hands on someone. What I'm talking about is every revolution has to start somewhere. And it is now, since it's been kicked back to the states, we need to find out who our state representation is. And it's gotten so far away from what's going on locally. They had these laws already in place. That enough should be scary.
Rest to go.
Right. That's like when your mom say, you can't go out unless I tell you. You can't go to your friend's house unless I tell you. But the minute she said yes, your bag is already, I had it behind the closet. I didn't know whether you was going to say yes or no. See, that was me. I was prepared either way. But the truth is that the fact that they have been harping on this so long, and that now that we are in our community supposed to have some kind of wealth, everybody making money. That's that's what I hear. But yet still we haven't opened not one clinic. We haven't opened up anything to combat education of our children, education of our women, education of our men and our boys. When you decide to lie down with someone or stand up, whatever that may be, you have to, there is a responsibility to it. It's a responsibility to you, your emotional. It's a responsibility with every choice you make. But we haven't done it. What makes me angry is they have sat back and idly watched as they have made more and more and more decisions about our cultures. And we haven't done enough. We're not done.
We haven't done enough.
And
Because
this is why a lot of people are moving out of the US. I was watching this African American woman who is now an expat. I believe it's in Portugal. That's why, not only due to racial issues, but just now as being a woman of color, it's like you damn because you're a person of color, and now you damn for your gender too. It's like it's a continuous feeling of attack these last couple years, especially.
Yeah. And so to all those points, let me just go back a little bit. This is why I said that what's really, if we can pull something out of this, it is that we are regaining agency and authority over our own existence. That is something that we've not really had, or we had the illusion thereof, and now we're recognizing, guess what, that is just an illusion. And so either we're going to take it or we're not. Even when it comes down to things like gun control, and I completely agree with you, Diva. Like, to me, I'm like, wait a minute. But now all the information that's coming out is that the police officers these things were open, these doors were open. You willingly and knowingly kept people from going in. One of your own fellow police officers that was married to that he's a widower now of one of the teachers. She texted him and said, "I'm shot.
Dying.
I'm moving on. I'm transitioning."
Right.
And he got down there with his firearm, got on the scene. His own fellow department tackled him, cuffed him, detained him, and took his firearm from him
Yes, ma'am.
and kept him from going in a full 30 minutes before that terror was over. Now,
I have a
why are you?
question.
This is the
How-
thing. Why? Wait a minute, 1 second, baby.
Go ahead,
Why
sorry.
are you doing this? Because this makes no sense to me. I'm too old for this now. You can't piss on me and tell me it's raining. So what I'm trying to understand is who paid you to do what, why, what for? Because you
Yes.
allowed this to happen.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
can't tell me that somebody wasn't paid. And I'm going to tell you one thing for the conspiracy hat, and then we're going to get back to what we was talking about.
Right.
But it turns out that that chief of police is a supporter of Beto O'Rourke. Now I'm going to go on with it. Now I'm going to let what you had to say.
But I have a question. How are they justifying this before we move on? How are they justifying this? Because there's literally pictures of them just standing in the hallway, not doing anything.
They're not. They're silent. They're
But
not
there's
releasing.
pictures. Like
They're
we
not
can see.
releasing anything. Have you seen a body cam?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No lie.
They done closed them blue ranks.
Well,
They
And
gonna
did y'all
deny
hear? Did you hear that they want to knock down a school because of what happened? But to me, it's like, why do y'all really want to knock it down?
because they have to knock down all of the proof.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
You got to get rid of the evidence. You can't let the
right.
evidence sit there.
Woo, child.
Yeah. They closing
rewrite
that blue
history.
curtain.
Look at all that we've learned now that we weren't taught in school, that our parents didn't know. Things that are there, and we are still acting as if we are blind. And that little phone that you holding in your hand got the world at your feet.
Sure do.
Sure do. And get
And
you a
I'll say
VPN
the
for it too,
same
that you see
thing.
the rest of the world.
I'll say the same thing for the brown folks too. Y'all set back. Let folks run your business. And that's the problem. Yes. I would love to believe it was I think it's Sebastian. I would love to believe that we are diverse. But the country we live in, my love, is not.
Amen.
Because when you go pull up those pictures as who's running the cities, who's running the states, and the government, you ain't gonna tell me we diverse, baby. Religion or no religion, you got Christians and Catholics running that book, and you see what both of those do. This isn't about an individual faith. This is about standing. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me shut up. Okay, bro.
Oh Lord,
Well, you know what?
wait a minute, I can't go there yet. We can't. It's still early to go there. Wait a minute.
Can I add this to the conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
The thing is, when we say that we're not, we have to build these hospitals, this, that, and the other. The situation is the whole system is set up for us to not, right?
Yep.
And we have to push down and break down so many barriers just to do. So right now they have a shortage of certain doctors and specialists and all of this. Why? When we're living in a state of the world right now where you could literally go online, you could wake up today broke and poor, and you can go online and become TikTok famous, Instagram famous, this and that, and you never spent a dime. And I'm not saying that's going to last, but that's not people's mindset, right? And you don't have to pay a dime to go to an institution to get the proper certification and certificate to become one of those people, to get in those arenas. It's like, why should I do that when I could do this? I'm going to get the money now. I'm not going to spend no money to get it. And overnight, I can go from having zero to having perhaps millions if you come up with the right theme or idea for this TikTok, Instagram, or OnlyFans, or whatever it is that you get to do. So you have someone who wants to be a doctor, wants to be a lawyer, wants to go in politics, wants to this. But then they end up with what, millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. And it's just the world is set up a certain way where it's almost set up where it's going to keep certain people where they're at, right? And so to me, again, this decision is about trying to keep certain people where they're at. So if you have, and I'll just use myself for example, if I'm a young lady and I find myself pregnant, I'm poor, I'm in one of these states where I don't have the option. Okay, I have my baby, right? And then people say, well, use birth control, keep your legs closed, all of that. That's nice and good. But then what happens with a lot of these people, they're in a vicious cycle and they call it like generational curse, but we ain't going to get too far off the topic, right? So then they have baby number one, and the next thing you know, they find themselves pregnant with baby number two. And so the more babies you add to your family, the more you are almost stuck in the situation that you're in, right? Maybe if I have one baby on my hip and I try to go back to school or do some things to better myself, it's a possibility I could get that done. But now I got two babies and it's me and those two babies, right? I could barely work because now the daycare opens at a certain time, but my job starts at a certain time. And then the daycare closes at a certain time before I can even really get off my job to get over there to get the kids from the daycare. And then when they of a school age, the school is out before I even get home. So now we got a 2-hour lag there where either maybe I need some aftercare, or maybe I need somebody to go pick them up, or maybe once they get of a certain age, and maybe not even age I want them to be at, those kids are going to have to either go home and be alone and wait for me. It's just a whole big vicious cycle. So they kind of know what they're doing in so many ways, right? So now if you force me, the poor girl that has no access to begin with, okay, so I have my baby, then I have repeated babies, and I'm always going to be stuck at that same economical level because of the situation that is set before me. Do you know what I mean? It's like, this thing is so bigger than what it is. It is just, it's just a mess. And I'm really, it's so many levels to it. And it's so much that we have to do and begin to fight for, because even when we do get that one person in the room that we think may begin to help us, they get there and they get silent. They join the majority instead of being the one to push back and say, hey, wait a minute, we can't do this because it's going to impact so-and-so. For instance, that Don Clarence Thomas, who now wants to say, oh, let's pull back the gay marriages. Let's pull back this. So he's already saying, let's do a trickle effect here. We got that overturned. Let's overturn some of this other stuff too. And what is that going to prove? And what does that do?
But look at his wife.
Exactly.
Look at his wife. Well, she done had so much say so in what those decisions he's made over the years.
Exactly.
And that's the scary part. Humans are humans. People are fragile. People can be swayed. And I don't care, pillow talk, stand up talk, around the corner. We always wanting to be in the get along gang. We always think that the other side is better instead of just making our side better. It all comes back
Exactly.
circle.
Yeah, he is one of those that will make his own people suffer just so he can seem like, I'm a pick me guy. Pick me. I'm one of you. I've reached your level. I am you. I'm no
The sad
longer.
thing is, not that long ago, his marriage would have been completely illegal in all 50 states.
Right.
Exactly. And his children are prom. They
And
go to prom.
matter of fact, it was in my grandmother who just passed. She she passed a few years ago, but she was married to my grandfather, a man of color. She's English, French, and Irish. I don't want no judgment from none of y'all. Okay, no melanated judgment here. Anyway, yeah, I put that out there. But anyway, so it was illegal in the 50s for them to be married in Wisconsin. Her family disowned her, literally. I did not meet my great grandmother on my mother's side until I was 10 years old. It took that long for that woman to forgive my grandmother for marrying a black man and bearing 5 children with that man. It took that long. Okay, so my mama was grown. She was 27, 28 years old by that point. I'm 10 years old. So I'm her eldest great grandchild, and it took until then, all that time.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this link here, and then we're gonna continue to go on, guys. I want to finish this one, and then we'll continue to move forward.
Okay.
I want to give this list up because this is important. California, of course, it is still legal there. Colorado, still legal. Connecticut, still legal.
Yes.
Now, this is saying Delaware, it's still legal. I heard somebody, oh, you know what it was? I heard earlier today that you could get done all the way up to actual birth. That's what freaked me out.
Mm.
That's a problem. I don't care who you are. District of Columbia, still legal. Florida, we're not sure what's going on. Florida House and Senate are both controlled by Republicans. They will pass an abortion ban. As Attorney General, I will refuse to enforce it. So this could be a very interesting battleground state.
Yeah.
Those of you living in Florida, and those of you that have friends that live in Florida and are not in, and they're not here with us, you all need to be sure you are applying pressure. Okay.
Right.
Georgia, likely to be illegal.
Mm.
Now, I'm not sure,
Interesting.
has a 6-week ban from 2019 that is still pending in the courts that would likely take effect. This is the other thing I want us to do. I said earlier, let's not get gaslit.
Mhm.
Illegal and a 6-week ban are two separate
different
things,
things.
guys.
Mhm.
So let's not allow them to gaslight us either. We have to learn to make these people say what they mean and mean what they say. Words
ma'am.
matter. I want you to pay attention to every goddamn word that there is. Okay.
You
Now,
know what?
okay,
I know you
go
want
ahead,
to
baby.
finish this list, right? But let me throw this in there. Half the time, people don't even know the first 6 weeks.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah.
That's
They
true.
don't
that's
even know
true.
Yeah, because
because
I
you
Now
was
get
gonna
that
30
jump in
days.
there.
You
How
need
would you
30
know?
days to know that you missed your cycle, and you know what I mean. And you give it time before when you miss it. Like maybe
Some
it's
people
coming
are
on late.
irregular.
Yeah.
Some people are irregular.
Yeah.
You know, some people are
Mhm.
irregular. Also, they had a whole show about people giving birth and not even knowing they was pregnant.
That's
Not saying
true.
that it probably was exaggerated, but you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
which
I
is
had a friend who
yeah.
I have a
I used
friend.
to
She
watch
didn't
that.
get her
Yeah, that
cycle
show.
for 6 months straight. She didn't get her cycle, and then she got it randomly one day. You know,
Well,
it
okay, now wait a
happens.
minute. Well, her belly not growing. Did you not feel
No, no,
movement
no,
after
no, no,
4
no, no.
months?
She wasn't
Okay.
pregnant.
I thought
But
you
I'm
said, girl,
yeah,
set
it
me
was like
straight.
a hormonal thing. But that's my point. A lot of people go based off that, but you can miss your period for various reasons.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you something. I have had plenty of girlfriends who had their period all the way up until they were 6 months pregnant.
Honey,
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, my mom was one of them who had her
it
period all the way
depends
up
on
until she
on
was
your
7.
body. You
It
know,
depends on your
your
body.
genetics, what's going on in your.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna tell you
So,
something,
but I
ladies.
just
I'm so thankful that there are places for us to have this conversation. That's what I'm really thankful for.
Right.
And I
yes,
want to
I am
thank you
too.
hard for that because again, if we do not have these conversations, ladies, gentlemen, our allies, listen, please find out who your local politicians are because even though you think this is not going to affect you, whether you are a man or a woman, girl, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming for us.
Yeah.
Because guess what? It's still only an act that we're allowed to vote. Now listen, it's still an act.
Yeah.
Things can change. They want the nucleus. They want the family. They
Yeah.
want young girls to get married young. They want
Yes.
Yes.
they want for us to all be in the kitchen somewhere. We just get the first black female Supreme Court justice.
Well, we could have gotten one 20 years ago, but they didn't want her.
Honey,
We
listen,
could have
they
gotten
did
one 20 years ago. We
You're
could have
listen,
right.
gotten one 20 years ago, but they didn't want that, right? The
they
Democrats did
don't.
not want her because they
You're
said
right.
it didn't match her. She was a little too
She was
activist.
But
too
this is
conservative. This is the
too
problem.
soon.
Is let me tell you guys something too. This is y'all know how I feel about this situation. Because I feel like this. If we really going to say we want this, then let's support no matter which side of the aisle somebody is on. Because I have gotten now I'm independent, but I have gotten
Me too.
Ream the new one because I had a different point of view. And so I must have been a sellout.
No, I
Exactly.
got you. I must have been
No.
one too. I signed up a long time ago.
You don't, but these things have happened. So, but I'm still here and still able to. I want to have a good conversation with everybody. So my point is that Sebastian is exactly right. 20 years ago, we could have had that, but the
Yeah.
nah, that's not this. That's not this live. That's not this live. Let me get on with my business. Sebastian,
But you know
Sebastian
what,
is sending
Hart?
me.
To your
Seba-
point, if
We
we
could
had
have
paid
had one.
attention, and we started voting, we turned the Democrats into what we want them to be. We've allowed them to tell us what we supposed to be.
Well, you maybe
You,
need to teach them a lesson to stop always
the lesson
overusing
is
your
to
vote.
know.
They always
Exactly.
use you. Every four
Let's
years, they
find
come
it.
crying.
I'm
They come
down.
crying.
I'm over
Let's
here
go.
drinking, y'all.
Let's go.
I'm gonna start singing Beyonce. I'm
The
gonna start singing
same.
Beyonce in a minute.
Listen,
Y'all not gonna
You
do me
better
like
sip
this.
your drink. You better sip
Y'all
your
better,
drink.
That's
y'all,
right.
y'all,
You
I'm
done
gonna
got
start
me.
sipping
Look,
Beyonce in a minute now. Y'all better
I'm just saying, and to your point, Sebastian, my thing is this. Again, if we want to make change the same way on the other side of the aisle, we already know the truth. It's going to be what it is till it's not. So since this
Yes.
is what we've been given, then we need to find out the same way I know Beyonce's business and I know Miss Ray Ray business down the street,
hmm
and the way I know where to get my hair and eyebrows done. I also need to know who's my alderman.
you better
Who is
speak.
my state rep?
Exactly.
You
What
better
do I
speak.
think? I need to know what your views are, what you vote on
Exactly.
last year,
Yes,
because not one person that can get into these positions besides the federal judges and the Supreme Court that is appointed the majority of the time, they don't let us vote because that would be a totally different story. But
Yeah.
since that's not the case, the ifs and the ands and the buts are gone. Now, the people that are going to be running the state, since it's kicked back to us,
right.
you need to know from county, the sheriff,
Yes,
you need to know everybody
The state's
in your
Agree
attorney general.
100%.
yes.
I agree
let's go.
100%.
And
Let's
what
But
else
go.
you need to know is you need to know how to file a referendum and a
Let's
petition
go.
to have
your
the
Amen.
law
state,
That is
overturned.
it.
You
I
need to
said
That's
know
that.
right.
how to get
100%.
something on the ballot.
Ballot.
You need
We
to
gotta
know
have
how to
our
put
own.
something on a special election, a special ballot.
But the
You
thing
Mm-hmm.
is,
need to not
heart,
to Chocolate Earth's point. I'm gonna put my sister up because we are supporting her efforts.
That's right.
But Heart of Inspiration is supporting her efforts as a company. We'll be announcing that shortly.
Oh,
Don't do that.
goody.
But
You're about to make me cry now. You better
but
get
but
on out of here.
but Heart of Inspiration, the thing is, some states have enacted laws where their citizens can't do recalls and can't do constitutional
But
referendums.
here's what you
Example,
do,
New York. In New York, you
Sebastian, to
cannot
your
do a
point.
recall.
Yeah,
Bastion,
but
slow down, baby.
you can show enough find out when that person who voted yes on that, when they seat is up. Baby, ain't nobody running the
Mm-hmm.
state forever.
Exactly.
Nobody does that. No, but there
eh,
is no lifetime appointment in
right,
any state government, county,
that's true.
city, nowhere. So
State
if we
Supreme
want to
Court,
change
none of
it,
that.
we have to become just as hardcore
Absolutely,
As
as
they are.
the other side.
absolutely.
I'm tired of being nice. I done been
Mm-hmm.
nice. I done asked. I done written. I done called. Now it's time for it to hit the ground. Now everybody ain't gonna want to get on the train, and those
But,
Right.
people you leave behind.
Wait,
You
can
cannot.
I can I
okay, hang on, guys,
Okay,
guys.
I'm done. I'm so
Go 1 second. We're gonna
Mm.
come back to that.
Okay.
1 second. I gotta get to where I'm only on state number 12. Can we let our people know where they can go? Okay, Hawaii has
Yes.
protections for reproductive rights. Okay. Idaho, illegal within 30 days. Know this. Democrats will continue to fight for the reproductive rights and freedom of all. We stand with the majority of Idahoans. This is the Democratic Party. There is a trigger ban. Anyone that is in Ohio, near Ohio, has friends or family in Ohio. The
Mm-hmm.
trigger ban that will take effect 30 days after today.
Oof.
Okay.
30, y'all got 30 days and counting. Illinois, it'll remain illegal. There's abortion protection plans in place. Indiana, we're not certain. The governor there has expressed interest in convening a special session. But it is a GOP controlled state legislature and a
Mm-hmm.
GOP governor. So Idahoans, right? Idahoans,
Indiana.
Indianans, up to 20 weeks pregnant right now. Y'all, that special session is probably gonna happen July the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all thinking about it, you better go on to be about it. Better take care of it. And Indiana citizens, open your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You got till July the
Gotta
6th.
negotiate. You gotta negotiate. That's
You
another
Right.
better
thing.
go get yourself a stockpile of
The thing
Plan B.
is, some states they're gonna let their people. You're gonna have to negotiate with your states. Like you guys have to come to common ground and accept a certain time period for the procedure to be done.
I'm gonna
People
put this
gonna be
list of
selling them
states.
behind the
We're
door.
not gonna get through it. I'm not gonna take up all night on this list of states. Here
Mhm.
we go. We're gonna put this. Thank you to Corey for this because I done gave up. I done gave
Sorry,
up.
sorry.
I
Sebastian,
done gave
let
up.
her read the
I done
damn
gave
thing.
up. I done gave up. Now we just gonna get back to it. But yes, so anybody, you check your state. There's a link. I put that in the chat. We'll put it in the description box once we get on out of here. Check your state
Mm-hmm.
and then check the bylaws of the state.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, can we have a grown folk conversation about what we as women and our allies, what do we do right now? What do we do right now to assist our sisters? And I want to
Right.
welcome Sebastian, Sebastian Shade. I want to welcome Chronicles, and I want to welcome LRGA Cursed. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the platform. Thank you for being here.
Well,
Thanks for having me.
I think to help, I think because there's also some people who do believe that they're pro-life have the ones that are true pro-life have organizations that do have resources for certain people if they can't get an abortion on how to raise their child, how to help them raise their child. I do remember on my college campus, I think there's a Students for Life chapter here. They actually
Mhm.
help the young girls babysit their kids sometimes when they have classes and everything. So maybe we need to talk about that too. So
Okay, we can put that on the table. Anybody else have anything they want to say as far as what we can potentially do right now?
Well,
Oh, I'm
I just
sorry. Go
found
ahead.
I just found a quick article really quick. I just wanted to read like 2 lines of it. It says even the Taliban allows abortions if the mother's life is at risk or the fetus is severely disabled. So yeah.
I'm
How
gonna call
about
bullshit on that one.
how about we start impeachment proceedings on these SCOTUSes who obviously aren't representing a majority of the popular opinion?
that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. A SCOTUS will never be impeached.
But they
Well, we
can.
can't
It
say
can
that.
Y'all,
happen.
They
If
can
y'all,
be though.
they can.
y'all
They
gotta
can.
stop.
It
Hold on,
will
hold on, hold on.
never
Question.
happen. It will
Y'all
never
gotta stop
happen.
saying never. Like y'all
It's
never know what we
rare.
could do if
It's
we get
rare, but
together
it's
and vote
happened.
and do things the way we're supposed to do. So let's stop saying
They
never
ne-
and start figuring out how we can.
Okay,
they
Okay,
said we
well,
would never
to
vote.
answer question,
They
hold on,
said we would
guys.
let's
never.
follow this down the road. Let's
Mhm.
follow this down the road.
Okay.
Let's just say we were able to impeach one or two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Who's to say that who gets in afterwards is going to be any better?
right.
Mhm.
Who's to say that it's not going to be any more corrupt, not corrupt,
It
whatever
could
you
be
want to
more
say?
corrupt.
No one, we can.
Okay,
What's
then why don't
happening
we?
now is again, the band-aid has been pulled off, and now all of a sudden we are back to we have 50 nation states that
Mhm.
now get to make this decision individually.
I think it's a win-win. I think it's a win-win for
That
both
part is
people.
good.
For both people. For the pro-choice people, they have their win on the of certain states, and for the pro-life people, they have their win. And if you don't accept how you like, just vote and make sure you change your legislator. I think
That's
that's
a balanced way to look at it. But
That
why don't
is.
we do it?
What do we
I
do for them right now, though?
But why
Well,
don't we do it
can I say
proactive? Not
something?
only
Yes,
start
ma'am.
impeachment, why don't we do what Sebastian has already suggested, which is make this become, what's the word for it, Sebastian, when it becomes part of the Constitution?
a
Why don't we do,
constitutional referendum is when you put the
yes,
issue
why don't
on the
we do
ballot.
something like that and work it from both ends so that by the time we do get another SCOTUS in place, they are not able to just arbitrarily do it, this kind of thing.
exactly.
That's
Can I
interesting.
answer that
Go,
that
wait, no,
question?
no, wait,
Oh,
whoa,
I'm
hang
sorry.
on. Diva's been trying to jump in. Now I'm gonna get back to you. Go ahead, Miss Diva.
So here's the thing, right? I feel this is just my opinion, nothing against anybody else. I feel it's a lose-lose situation, right? And I feel like that the thing that has to be done now is making sure when there is a female that is pregnant and their back is a bit up against the wall and they don't know what to do, and they happen to be in one of those states that don't allow it, and that is the option they were thinking about, is making sure that they have the resources, the help to, help them through this, and talk them through everything and make sure that all is well. And then here's the thing too, right? If they once you have a state that this is not going to be allowed, they're going to have to remove all of those plan Bs and all of that off the shelves, right?
Yeah.
Because that is you trying to prevent, like, afterwards or whatever the case may be. And then you may get someone that knowingly is pregnant, and then they tried to take the plan B. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
a lot going on here.
Also,
So
that's
you
why they're making it like that's why some states are enacting that you have to be prescribed by a physician. Is that why?
100%.
Okay.
100%. Because now, if I know for a fact, so usually plan B is, so like maybe right after you do the act, just so
Right.
you make sure that it doesn't happen, you take it. But now, if I'm in a state that is illegal and I know I am, I'm going to take it and see if this thing will perhaps work, and get rid of the baby that I know for sure is already there. So my thing is, you're going to have to you need to implement so many things in place before you pull this trigger, right? Because there was females that had their baby, and they would throw the baby in the garbage can and
Yes.
stuff like that, even when this thing was legal. So
Yes.
just imagine what potentially can happen now, knowing this thing is illegal, and with these girls that are already finding themselves in a situation pregnant and don't know what to do, right?
Yes.
So
Mhm.
you should have first said, okay, we got to start education in all of these schools. I understand what they're trying to do. What they're trying
But
to say, yes,
Diva,
yes.
education in schools, teen pregnancy rates were way lower before they started putting
That
sex
is
ed in
true.
schools.
Right,
That
but
is
what you got
absolutely
to understand is now what they're promoting in the schools now is a whole lot of everything, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when you can't, what happens is you can't go back, and we already moved forward, right? So now we have to deal with the situation of where we're at now. So where we're at now is there's everything available to you and for you when you don't have to make these decisions. So what we're dealing with in the world before this thing was turned over, even if I got pregnant, even if I was reckless and had sex with no protection or whatever, I had the option to make this thing go away, for lack of a better word. I'm not trying to be insensitive, right? But
Mm-hmm.
now,
Yeah.
overnight, you're saying that option is gone. Well, overnight, you can't correct all of these behaviors that we had allowed, because we had this stuff in place for them to make a quick decision to change it. So
Yeah.
you can't just pull this trigger like this and not go backwards, say, okay, wait a minute. First, let me tell these people, these are all the things that you need to do and be aware of so you can prevent this, because in 2.2 seconds, you're not going to have this option over here. So
right.
you're going to have to take this into the schools. You're going to have to put this information in the streets. Listen, you better make sure you pop that pill. You better make sure you use these condoms. You better make sure you do this. And listen, even those, remember they had, what do you call it? They
Norplant.
the Norplant and all that, like all of that crazy stuff. It does other things to these female bodies, but
Mm-hmm.
now they're going to have to potentially start to look back at getting all of this stuff, that IUD in you, because some people just literally forget to take their pill when they wake up in the
Right.
morning. But now you're going to have to tell these people, listen, here go your 10 options. You better get with one of them, and you better make sure you stick to it at the
Mm-hmm.
very least, to try to prevent this thing, because what you cannot do in this state is that over there.
Yeah.
So, and that's before, because when you go to try to change a law, it's not going to happen overnight. So in the
Sure.
meantime, you're going to get 15, 20, 30, 55 pregnancies that are happening while you're trying to change this law.
Yeah.
And yes, we do need to go work on changing this law. We do need to speak up. But I'm telling you, if every single female band together, I get it, right? I'm understanding whether you are for or not. We need to be all together for the option of choice.
Yeah.
You think that is not going to impact you, but it will.
But
It
Diva,
will.
what about
because
the women who are also pro-life too? The thing is, it's gonna be hard for that because there's women who are pro-life.
well,
And I'm
but
not saying sorry.
let me jump into this one, Diva, just for a second. Yes, there are plenty women that are pro-life. Okay,
Yeah.
but what I'm gonna have to tell those women that are pro-life is then you need to also be pro contraception. There's
Yes.
very few that I have met. I mean, outside the Catholic Church, so that's probably a whole
I,
separate situation. But even most practice, a lot of good chunk of practicing Catholics still take their birth control,
they
Mhm.
do.
Yeah.
even though the Pope says no.
Mm.
Okay, so
Jewish people
we
too.
need to we need to be able to let these women know, first of all, one thing, IUDs, and guys, I fellas, just plug your ears. Well, no, you don't plug your ears
Yes,
because you
They
listen.
need
need
to
to
know for your
learn.
woman, your sister, somebody you probably need to know this
Well, we can
information.
take it.
They do make IUDs for women that have not had children yet. They've had them for more than a few years now. It used to be
Yep.
you had to have had a child first in order to have the IUD implanted.
Yep.
That is no longer the case. There are ones that are here for women who have not yet born children. The side effects of those are actually less than taking the estrogen based pill. So y'all getting some
Yes.
education tonight.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay?
I
I
think
got
those
it,
are
and I haven't
safer.
had a kid. I got an
So
IUD, and it doesn't mess with. You could get the
I
copper one. It doesn't mess with your hormones. I have it, and I never had a child.
and they have ones that have more progesterone than estrogen, and that there's a whole different reason for that. And so that you can also use that as well. Okay, guys. And
Mhm.
also even Medicaid based family planning programs will cover that as well.
Yes.
They will cover that as well. In most states, I'm an insurance agent, but I don't know all 50, okay? But the ones I am licensed in, which is quite a few, they will cover it. Okay.
Okay.
So that's one thing. Another thing, those of us who either pro life, pro not life, pro whatever, pro choice, whatever we are, we need to, just like David was saying, we need to band together and help our sisters now.
With
Mhm.
I
contraception.
completely agree.
Yeah.
And to Diva's point and Heart to your point, and have all the new people, hey, I
Hey.
just you asked the question, what can we do now? Well, what we need to do at this point is reach out to and when I say this, I don't mean this in I'm talking about an elusive person. Those who want to, we need to band together and reach out to the communities that are going to be affected the worst.
Yeah.
Find out
Yes.
if there's a community clinic, find out where it's happening and start connecting with the women that's on the ground. For those of us who
Yes.
aren't in the health field, for those of us who don't work in that, I have a gentleman I'm raising, but not a young lady, but I got mad nieces. So it's like we have to reach out to those who are already out here fighting it already. So
Exactly.
we as a group, since we have a platform, use this platform, use
Mhm.
YouTube as a catalyst to start spreading the fact that, hey, find out what the issues are, what's missing. Do we need to raise money for XYZ? Do we need to buy this, and this? Do we need to get with the pharmaceutical companies that provide this, and this? There are things that can be done right now.
Absolutely.
You find out in your city, your county, they have programs, and I'm not just speaking out the side of my neck. If any other group can get together, a pamphlet ain't nothing to be made. A presentation ain't nothing to be thrown together. You can do that on
Exactly.
Canva for free. No, it's not sponsored. They ain't one of my sponsors yet. But I'm just saying these things. And if you're not the person that it wants to get that deep, or you might not even have time, but you still want to be an ally, we need to have those things in place. Okay, well, listen, if you can't do XYZ, we got this over there. To Diva's
Mhm.
point, us banding together is allowing us to use all the different resources that we come with to
Yes.
assist those who we have not assisted. A
Yes.
Absolutely.
lot of
We
us
have
have
got
walked up the
Right.
steps and been able to keep floating, and we have left a lot of folks behind. So now if you do not see what's coming down the pipe right now, based off what's going down,
you won't see it.
and that's
Exactly.
the truth. Because
You won't see it.
That's the truth.
we have to reach out
Now
to
let me
them.
hang on, guys. I
So
need to
I
bring
ain't worried about them folks. I'm worried about the people that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
right.
Thank
No,
Something
you
that's
go ahead.
going on right
I'm
now
gonna
is
start bringing in more people from
you. Okay.
the panel. Okay, I'm gonna go in order. Welcome, Conscious TV.
Hey,
Welcome, baby daddy. Hey, boo.
hey,
He the only one I'd have a baby for at 53 years old, and he not finna make nan with me. So that's I'm just gonna tell his story.
something that's actually going on right now that I wanted to mention that I know that Disney and a few companies are actually doing is that they're paying for their employees who do need to have this procedure done to go and travel to these states to get the procedure done.
I
Yes,
So
did hear
Tesla
that.
Wow.
too.
I
Tesla's
think
doing
that,
that too.
yeah. So if you know
Wow.
anyone who needs this done, I just wanted to tell them, hey, hit up one of these
Check
companies,
with your company. Your
right?
company might actually help you. And also as I'm listening to y'all on this note, my company is gonna be putting together something as well,
There we
so
go.
that those that are coming and we're all learning to, get out here and be light workers and help the community in general. I'm gonna sit down with my group and we're gonna figure out what we can do in different states. So if you have an organization right now that helps women that are in this situation, or even just helps in general, okay, but
Yeah.
I really want to focus in on women that might be in this situation. Maybe they are single mothers, about to be single mothers, whatever the case may be. I want us to come and help. I want us to train, get these. That's always been on my heart, to get actual marketable skills. Those of us who own businesses, I'm gonna ask us to look to hire, look to expand. Let's not just leave everybody behind. Let's go on and do the work. Because
Heart
I'm
and
gonna tell you something. I was part of the church. The church ain't done shit. I'm gonna move it on.
heart
You better say
heart of
that. You better
inspiration.
say
I
that.
know that's
Um
right.
See?
Heart of
That
inspiration. Why is Notice how everything is
clap,
happening
clap,
before a
tambourine,
major
baby.
election. Everything is
What you say,
happening
Peter?
before a major election, a midterm. Everything is happening
Right.
right before one, and I'm just saying this is not. It was planned to happen right
Don't be
before.
fooled.
Oh
Please
yeah,
don't be
baby. This
fooled,
was for
y'all.
And there's
years.
a lot of other
Um,
stuff going on.
yes.
Yeah,
I
it
need
is.
to get Chronicles in here. Chronicles has not had a chance to speak. Chronicles, beloved, what would you like to add to the conversation, baby?
all I can add is that I foresaw this happening. There was been a great race. There'll be ways overturned and chaos ensued. Like it's going on right now outside my door. And it's not the first time I've had such things. I foresaw the one train
Hmm.
and turn.
Yes.
I was sleeping, just released, and reports people
Yes,
dying
darling.
over on noise
Yes.
that cow is coming, cow is coming, to claim our soul.
Yes, baby. You're a little muffled, honey. We're gonna come back to you too, okay? But thank you very much. I know there's a lot. It's a heavy time. It is very heavy time, and I feel that energy weighing on your heart very much. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you. It's all going to be all right. It's all
Amen.
it's all going to
Yeah.
be okay, baby. It's all going to be okay.
The cancel culture starting again.
Oh God.
Which cancel culture? They trying to cancel me? Come on with it.
No, they're trying to cancel some WWE star who said he's so happy that Roe is overturned.
Oh, listen, let me tell you
Well,
something. I don't have time to be worried about putting my energy towards canceling a mother trucker. And the rest of y'all
Exactly.
don't need to be worried about that either. Please stop.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody
Well,
got time for that
You know,
foolishness.
yeah.
can I throw this into the conversation? See, here's another caveat to that, right? God bless these companies that are going to make sure that the employee gets flown there, whatever the case may be.
Yes.
But again, you understand how it's a hard decision for many women, and they feel a little shame behind it. Like all of them are not jumping and skipping there, like, oh, I'm happy I'm about to do this, right? So now because this is in place, now your company is going to help you, but everybody's going to know and be in your business because you're going to be gone for a couple of days. You see what I'm trying to say?
Mm,
Yeah.
It's just so much
And
that is connected with this. It's just
that's
dreadful.
true.
It's not even
Yes.
right, right?
that's
So,
What we
go ahead.
trying to make you take the walk of shame. That's what they're trying
Yep,
to do.
yeah,
yep,
I
what
talked
we
about
need.
that today. Like, you got to take the walk of shame to the pharmacy to get the plan B. Like,
Yeah.
you
right.
want me to walk in there? I need that plan. You know what I'm
Yep,
saying? Come on now.
Yeah.
yep.
Come
What
on
we
now.
need, yeah, what we need now is to return to what we used to have before we was brought to the Americas. We need to have the mentality of this village. Now the village has to take care of everyone now. Now we have to make sure our brothers, our young brothers and our young sisters know about any and everything that they need to empower themselves so they don't get in a situation that they don't want to be in, or if they don't want to have children, what they need to do. And then we have to make it so that it's not embarrassing, it's not shameful, that they
Hmm.
have questions. We must teach our young ones, like I've taught prodigals, how to be responsible and what needs to happen. It's okay
Hmm.
if you don't want to have children. It's okay if you want to, if you need to have an abortion and and you have to have it. It's okay. There's no shame in it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
We have to make it unshameful.
Well, I also think that perhaps if we're going to go back there, we need to go back to the age of the medicine women when we took care of ourselves.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Now, that's a whole different story for a different
And
day.
you know
Come
what?
on
It's
now.
okay.
Come on now.
It's okay to remain a virgin too, right?
It sure is.
So let me tell you, my during the pandemic, like my son came to me and he's like, Ma, he was like, I have a girlfriend, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I said, No, 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 no. You have a friend that happens to be a girl. And we're not doing that right now. because because I said the thing is, after a while, what are these kids going to do? That's how, and I explained
Yeah.
this to my son. Okay, so you're in high school, you're talking to this girl. Then what? You'll go to the movies. Of course, during that time period they couldn't, right? But you understand what I'm trying to say. Then you go to the
Mhm.
movies. Then you're hanging out. Like, what's next? And are you
Exactly.
prepared for what's next? And I
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
said, are you ready in any situation to raise some kid when you can't even pay for yourself?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
what I tried to explain to him is I said, listen, whatever you want to do, at least come and talk to me. But my high level suggestion to you is you don't want none of that. That's not what
Mm-hmm.
you want in your life right now. And
Mm-hmm.
so if you explain to them it's okay, but his thing to me is, everybody has a girlfriend, everybody's coupled up now, but you don't have to be everybody. So the thing is, that's the teaching. We have to start to say, you know what? It is okay if you're not doing what everybody else is
Else
doing.
is doing.
It is
Hmm.
okay if
Right.
you're a virgin. Like all of that is okay. And that's what I'm saying. Like we have to start from the grassroots. We have to start from the beginning. But then you also have to meet the people that they're already having sex. And
Yeah.
you have to say to them, you know what? It's okay to be abstinence. Like you can stop. Just because you did it 90 times before, don't mean you have to continue moving forward. So, and then we have to look into these birth control pills because the birth control, they cause a whole lot of other problems
They
too.
sure do.
Like I
Exactly.
am from the age where they had, I don't know if you remember, if anybody remembers this, they had this shot called Depo, right?
Yep.
Now Depo, it literally removed, and I don't know how it did it, but that tells you it's problematic right there, right? Because
Mhm.
you having your menstrual period every month, it does this whole natural cleansing for your body, right? That darn shot removed that process, period.
It
Yep.
did.
Period.
Yeah.
They
It
sure
You
did. It
would
did.
not
elevated. I
see,
took it.
yeah, I did too. You would not see literally your period at all, right?
You wouldn't.
Especially if you kept getting it and taking a shot, taking a shot, taking a shot.
Yep.
And it wasn't until I started to educate myself and I said, yo, this is not good. So
Yeah.
it's like some of these birth controls, they wreak havoc on your body. And the thing about sex is the major responsibility, it falls on the female.
Right.
This
Yep.
guy
Like
this
everything
guy
else in
can
life.
walk away. He can still go to college. He can still, if it happened to happen to you in high school, he could still he can still play his sports and do everything in high school. And you're the one walking around with this big belly. You're the
Right.
one that now can't go to college. You're the one that can't go to prom. So why is it that two people do this act, but then only the female gets all of the shame, has all of the responsibility? So my thing is, you're removing this. You saying it's not an option. Well, do me a favor. Y'all need to add some laws to make that person that dropped that seed in me have a higher level of responsibility
Responsibility.
to
And
help me take care of
Hey,
that
hey,
you
kid.
never lied, Diva.
It's
You
called
ain't
not with
child
the
never
support.
lied.
patriarchy.
Right.
It's
Not
called
with the
child support.
patriarchy. Okay, Sebastian, hang on one second. I'm gonna have to keep not with the patriarchy. We gonna
Mm.
Yeah.
when we roll conscious into this, he gonna talk about that patriarchy. LRGA, you've not had the
Yes.
opportunity to have the floor, beloved. Please.
Okay, so I agree with Diva. Bring sex education back. I believe bringing sex education back on into the schools will definitely help as far
It's
as
it's
give
already in the
people
schools.
but
Sebastian,
not the
Sebastian.
way it used to be.
Sebastian.
Not the way it used to be. They need to know about the 45 different forms of contraception. They need to
Mm-hmm.
know about that. Then I'm going to go there, you guys. I'm going there.
Okay.
It sounds crazy, but
Okay.
what they just did is crazy. So we need to get some crazy back. How
Mhm.
about
Period.
install some nanos into the men that record and upload ejaculations into a database
No, no,
so that when a woman comes forward and says that she's pregnant and wants to terminate said pregnancy
Wait a
and is
minute.
seen
What
as
happened?
criminal, they
that's
can
what
check
Bill
the
Gates is trying to do.
database. They can check the database to see when that matched what who, and they can be able to prove without a shadow of a doubt that at least that's an option that you was there, fool. And therefore,
Mm-hmm.
you are either a criminal too, or you have to take the exact full responsibility that was just put on a woman by reversing Roe
Word.
versus Wade.
They
Baby,
they
I
need
love
Come
you.
to
I
on.
love
add
you.
the
Hold on,
same
hold on.
out.
That's ESG.
Sebastian, calm down.
I was dying.
Next
I
time,
love the idea to an extent. I do not need this government tagging, tracking, tracing, monitoring us anymore than what they're doing, baby. Because they monitoring us more than enough. And I'm gonna tell you who's gonna get hemmed up and tied up. It's gonna
We
be our
are.
men. It ain't gonna be
Mm-hmm.
anybody else. It's gonna be our men. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't need them doing that no more to our men because they track and trace them enough by throwing them in jail and putting felonies on them for what will be misdemeanors for their other counterparts. And then they
Ooh,
keep them
to
on paper and
prison.
track and trace them for the rest of their damn life. I'm going to leave that one alone. But go ahead, baby. Continue on.
Okay, so I know that's very extreme.
Yes, ma'am. But I
And
love you for it.
but something like that needs to happen where it's at least a threat for these fools before they go around spreading their pollen to every flower. You know what
Nick
I'm
Come on
saying?
Cannon.
now.
Going around being Nick Cannon, basically. That's what we was talking about, right?
Yep.
But why are we not taking that? See, this is not, I'm just going to give you a little bit pushback.
Yes.
I love the fact that that's what you want to do. And I love the fact that we want to educate. But how about we do it and stop leaving it to other people?
Come
And
on.
my thing is, if we are going to
Mm-hmm.
go on and make all the discussions of sexuality an open book, I'm gonna go
Mm-hmm.
here. I didn't intend to go here tonight, but we here now. Then we need to embrace all sexualities
Amen.
and
Come on
stop
now.
putting
Here we
a
go.
negative
Now,
connotation on other sexualities and
Yes.
orientations.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's now, I don't mean to get heated, y'all, but now half my
No,
makeup
no.
plan is gone. I don't know
Well,
what's going to
you
happen when the other half go.
well, you see,
Uh-huh.
you know what,
Help that.
part of the problem is with us educating. Like, again, I'll go back to when I was growing up. I grew up in the Bronx. I grew up in an apartment building, right? And because my mother was a single parent, she was friends with several people in the building. So when my mother was working, I wasn't home alone. We actually was in the apartment of one of my mother's good friends, and she fed us. And my mother did the same for her kids when she had to do something and go somewhere, right? So I'm saying that back in that time period, people were okay with being educated and being the village and helping each other, right? Nowadays, you can't say nothing to nobody. Okay, they don't want to hear it. You don't tell my kid nothing. You don't educate my kid. Some parents will not even sign the consent form to have their child educated on sex in the school, but then on the flip side, they're not even educating them in the home. So
Right.
it's like it's so hard to come together because to get the people together, it takes so much energy that people be like, you know what, forget it. It falls to pieces, it falls apart. So it's like, even when and some people now they're of the mindset of, let the kids live, let them this, let them that. I'm old school. I'm of the mindset like my mother did me. While you in my house, you're going to go by my rules and you're going to do as I say. And if you don't want to do as I say and don't want to live by my rules, then you go ahead and get yourself a job and get yourself an apartment and you go do you. But while you here up in here, this is how we're going to do things. You understand?
Yeah, my
And
rules
so
are when you buy your own toilet paper, you can have your own rules. But go ahead.
yeah. So the thing is, I love, I'm willing to educate and I love the whole fact of educating, but now it's so tricky and you got to get so many consents and you got to get so many people to come in agreement just to do something. But I'm not saying we shouldn't try to do it, but I'm just saying it's not as easy as it used to be because the way that the people are and because of the
I
rules and
agree.
the laws of the world too.
I agree. And I think though
I
the
and
thing that,
right.
that we gotta,
Oh,
but you said the operative word, baby. We gotta Miss Diva, I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh.
We have to try.
Yeah.
And for so long, a lot of us, and I'm gonna take accountability for this too. A lot of us, we tried and we got hit upside the head and talked about and whatever. And then I stopped trying. I'm gonna be very honest with you because I got sick and tired of the BS that came with it. So that's on me, right?
Mm.
That's on me. And I'm gonna own that. But I will guarantee you from here forward, we're gonna try and try again because we have to. There's no, I mean, not everybody's gonna get it right away. Rome wasn't built our Rome wasn't destroyed, Africa wasn't destroyed, and the motherland wasn't destroyed in a day. It's going to take a while to rebuild, but we got to start somewhere. I want to. I don't mean to disrespect anybody else is already on the panel. LRGA, did you want to make some more
Oh, I
statements?
have more. I got more.
Okay, baby, come on now.
Oh,
Come on now, because we're
we
gonna
could
get
do
to.
we could get crazy. We could do a uterus strike, like in that movie, The Shy Thing, where the ladies went on a peace strike.
Oh yeah.
We could do that. We could bring the world
girl,
to
that's
its
what's gonna
knees,
happen.
That's
not giving
astrology.
it up. We could do that. We could put a ban on freaking yeah. We could do it. We could do that. How about
Yeah, we
that?
can play with the
Although
electricals.
the natural
We can
part
play
of
with the
life.
electrical. Call
God,
Candy's company.
well, God gave us the gift of sex. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing
Yeah,
that we get to share and experience with people that we choose to, whether it's for a one night stand or a lifelong commitment. But now for them to try and criminalize the after effects in
Yep.
such a harsh way for only one party is my pushback.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
I
know?
agree with
It's
you.
one sided. It's one
Yeah.
sided. But you're
I
right. If we shut the party down, I
Mhm.
bet you hear us then.
Right.
We shut the close our legs. Close our
Yeah.
legs. Then
Oh,
what you gonna do?
Come
You know
on.
what though,
true.
guys? Let me tell you something. We talked
Why
about this
don't we
earlier.
make
The other people gonna have the
what is
money to
that
go get what
birth
needs to be
control
done
for men?
done.
Yeah. We could also coordinate. So for the current, so for the people that are affected immediately because of this ban, for the ladies that had an appointment tomorrow and are
Mm-hmm.
faced with the possibility
Yes,
of
that's what
being
I'm talking about.
forced to have this life, why don't we coordinate For our
Yes.
community, there are a lot of people that want a baby that are going through IVF that might
Yes.
be able to, take up some of these babies that are going to be forced to be born. So that's
Yes.
something that we could possibly do now is try like some coordinating only by law. You guys, I'm not suggesting anything unlawful at all. What I'm
Right.
saying is coordinate for the people that are currently stuck because clinic
Absolutely.
is closed.
I agree. I
So that's
agree with
pretty
you
much it. We can get into
150%.
the etymology. I mean, we're talking about pro-life and pro-choice. Pro means that you're for it, right? Birth, though, is something different than life. If you look at
Yes,
the
Lord.
etymology of the word, birth happens, it's the encompassing, it's the holding of life.
Mm-hmm.
Life is this physical separation of a being emerging.
Through the
Okay.
portal.
So if we want to go to who's pro what when, it's still a woman's choice
Yes.
what she births. You see what I'm saying? And that's where it should stay.
I
That's
agree.
right.
Right.
Amen.
Okay. Now we're going to let Levon's library. Did you want to chime in? And then we're going to have my dear brother Conscious.
Yes. First of all, when I heard about this, I was struck very, very hard. I personally come from a single parent home. My mother had me when she was very, very young. So, Diva, the examples that you gave, that was my life. Getting my mom getting off from work and not being able to afford daycare, and me having to go to college with her, and all that struggle. That was my mom's literal life. She was a single mom, and it, hearing that, it really struck home to me, because seeing my mom go through all this, I know how hard it was for her, and I feel like, how can you sit there and force anyone to go through that? So if you are against abortion, I feel like then you should be the first one to adopt a child,
Yeah.
because you cannot. My mom chose to have me, at 16 years old, and it was very hard for her, and it wasn't because she was, a uh on drugs or any kind of anything like that. It was an honest mistake, and they took her, out of uh her class, and they put her, into a bad class, because this is back in the day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So they took her out of her classes, and then they put her into, like,
A special school.
Yep.
exactly
Mm-hmm.
when she started showing, and then she was in track. She couldn't do track anymore, and she was in honors classes. They took her out of all that, and she still sat there and chose to have me. So
Mm-hmm.
even though I am that person who could have been aborted, I still stand here and say I am here for women's rights and the option to choose. My mother chose to have me, and she
Yeah.
chose
Right.
to go through that struggle because she wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot sit here and force anyone to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
Period. End of story.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
furthermore, my one of my cousins went through a very similar situation, and his mother was on birth control. So
Mm-hmm.
what
Mm-hmm.
situations like that where the birth
Mm-hmm.
control doesn't work and you still have a baby? Are we going to try and force them to have the child as well? Like, we can't force people to do that sort of thing. I feel like women's rights has always been very uh, confused here in America. And what always has bothered me, especially seeing my mom work so hard, still to today, is women's wages is still not equal to a man. I think it's 82 cents to a dollar.
You better tell
We
it.
have a
Mm-hmm.
woman vice
Mm-hmm.
president, and it's still not equal to a man. That makes
Mm-hmm.
absolutely no sense. So I think that we need to start right there. Equal,
Mm-hmm.
like, if it's for the same job, same pay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Mm-hmm.
there, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's where the conversation needs to start. and everything else should come after that, because that's where I feel like you're devaluing a human being when you're saying, okay, you can do the same job, and in my opinion, often a better job.
Amen.
Mhm,
You
mhm,
better
mhm,
tell it, Devon.
You know what I mean?
mhm,
Uh, for the same thing. How dare you? You know what I mean? Like, what is this?
mhm.
And this has been going on since forever, and it's still going on today. And we have a female vice president. Let's start from the beginning. Women are getting paid less.
Yeah.
Let's start right there.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, but I also do tell my sisters, for those of you all who can, create your own table, create your own. Invest in real estate if you can, or go in on a partnership, or simply create your own business. We are
Mm-hmm.
the most some of the most we are the creators, period, creatrix, right?
That's right.
So I I got paid less for so many years. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know more. I tell you that.
That's right.
Okay. I made mine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And if I can do it, and no matter what your age is, you can too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a need for a lot of us. There's a need for, people like, Diva, you already have like all this, schooling and certifications and things. To Chocolate Earth's earlier point, if we were able to, have clinics and facilities in our own communities, right? There are some of us like me who actually know how to fill out insurance forms. You can still get paid. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's enough of us that have enough information and knowledge in this world that we can have our own.
But there's another issue.
Okay.
Our community does not like coming together. Our community does not like coming together. We are quick to tear people down. We are quick to
I
hate on you just
apologize.
because
I gotta jump in, baby. That's not true.
that
That's
is
not
one
true
that is a
anymore. We would
opportunity
not be
because
on here.
That
no,
thank you.
honestly, we are the
We
civil. We
wouldn't
are
be here, baby.
few that don't, but there a lot of people in our community are quick to jump on guns when see people are succeeding at a higher rate than them
But
instead of
There are, well, hang on
that
one
can't
second. Let me
stop us
go.
no more. That can't
Jealousy is a
stop us no more.
universal
Thank you.
thing.
We need
Thank
to
Jealousy
you.
is universal, regardless of race, creed, religion. Jealousy is universal.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find in
Okay, and
every
I don't care
community,
about your
on
jealousy.
every
I mean,
tribe
not
on
you
this planet.
personally, baby. Listen, I don't give a shit.
Oh,
All right,
Now,
haters go hate.
I don't give a shit, because I'm gonna tell you
Come
something.
on.
What
Yes, come
happens? Let
on.
me tell you what happens. Let me tell you what happens. What happens? I've seen it before because I come from that educated bougie. I've been called bougie before.
mm-hmm.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I don't care either. But anyway, I come from this highly educated, Northwestern University, Harvard, yada, 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 right? And what happens is a lot of us go back, and then what do? We look down our nose at people and forget
Yes.
that our grandparents were right there.
exactly.
Sometimes some of our parents were right there.
Damn.
It's not that I necessarily forget. I didn't grow up in the neighborhood, okay? Now, let's just keep it 100. My father made sure that we grew up in all white neighborhoods, going to all
Mm-hmm.
white schools so that we could get all white education.
Yep. Me too.
Okay. I'm not going to apologize for that,
Mm-hmm.
but I also don't expect to
Shouldn't.
be vilified for that. My point is this:
Right.
I have found that when I can come in without my chip on my shoulder and see you in your pain,
Mm-hmm.
then I can have compassion for where you're at in your position.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? So I get the jealousy comes in. It goes both ways. The jealousy comes in because we got too many of us trying. Now I'm gonna say this. Don't get offended. Trying to be the house Negro
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Where my
and looking
trampoline at?
down
I
on the
gotta
field Negro when we both the same Negro.
Exactly.
Amen.
I'm gonna let that one go.
hey,
I'm gonna leave that alone because I'm drinking.
I'm about to
You
start
you
the
you
choir
know
in the
you
back.
know what though, to a
What?
little bit I
Go
think
ahead. Go ahead, Diva.
I think some of the situation is we do have to learn how to come together a little bit more, right?
Exactly.
So what I've noticed that when I watch, in all the different neighborhoods that I live, in throughout my life. It's easier for some people, and I'm just talking families right now, to 10 of them will live in a home so that every person in that home can rise up and above.
Yes.
They know how to do that.
Especially the Latino community.
Right. They know how to do that. And so, but then
but we
there's
shouldn't fit all of
others.
them in a car though at the same time.
Lola, hang on one second. She's making a point, baby. Don't,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So they know how to do that. So I was fortunate. So when I moved from I was born and raised in the Bronx, right? And when we moved from the Bronx to Jersey, and my mother's house to this day, it's the same house. It's very small, right? And so I have two sisters and a brother. And my one sister at the time was married and already had two of her kids. We all was in my mother's house until we can all branch out and buy our own home. So it's little things like that where we have to start to learn how to trust each other. I think that unfortunately for our community, the chains are broken physically, but mentally the chains is still on.
Come on now.
That's what I'm saying.
Amen.
So it's
Come on now.
It's like we don't know how to really help each other. We don't know how to be there for each other. I even see this in corporate America. And so I'm connecting with you when you say, get your own. Because it's like the sister above you, okay, she'll step on you, on your neck, on your back, or whatever, to get $2 more instead of helping you bring you up. But I've seen others in the corporate America, they work together, and even if their brother or sister is stupid, they'll help them rise to the top. They don't have to know nothing,
Right?
But we will cut each other, stab each other, and dog each other out. And it's like, yo, you're my sister. Why you doing this?
Exactly.
So
Because
I think. Go ahead. Okay, I'll just say this, Corey, real quick. It's like I feel like we have to gain more trust with each other, right? And we have spoken behind scenes before, right? We have spoken before.
Yes.
My thing is, I'm never going to tear another sister down, brother, sister, whatever person. Okay. I'm always going to support and be there for them. And that's part of helping us learn how to trust and to rise up and rise above. So, unfortunately for us, there's so many things we have to heal in the community before we can even get to level 2.
That part.
Where there's some other groups where they don't even have to work on that level 1 part. That's already there. So that's how it's easier for them to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are stuck at level 1, still biting, picking, screaming at each other, dogging each other out. So it's like, well, damn, how are we going to get to level 2 when y'all can't even get level 1 right here? Because you know why? I feel like we still shackled. We shackled in our mind.
We are in our mind, our DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Corey, and then we're gonna let Corey talk, and then I need to bring Conscious in, please.
Yeah. Because they pit us against one another from day one. From day one, when we were kidnapped and brought here, they have pit us against one another purposely. So we can believe that there is only one Latino, one African American, one Chinese, or whatever other melanated group. There can only be one. That's why that we're in this crab in the barrel situation as melanated peoples, that we are on that BS that there can only be one. Because if there's one, it could be three, because we can pull each other through the doorway as we make it up. And the problem is we have that mindset, that colonialism mindset, that there can only be one. Once we break that mindset and those invisible chains, because they invisible, because we everywhere now. They are invisible. We have to break that, but we have to pull each other through the door. We have to let them climb up on our backs and on our shoulders to reach to the top, so we can let another one come through. And I think once we get over that, other groups don't have that. But once we get over that, we can run this nation.
Absolutely. Okay. Now let me let Conscious in here, baby daddy. Boo.
Ooh.
It's hard.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, I got
Wait,
you.
Can y'all
wait,
hear
Blim
me?
Blim.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
I
hear
can.
you.
Yes, we can
Oh,
hear you,
okay. 'Cause
beloved.
I've never used Studio, etc. before, so I just wanted to make sure y'all guys can hear me.
Yes.
First of all, I'm loving the dialogue. This is really amazing. Um, so what the the other individual, I don't know their name, who just spoke, black, you know, our black and brown community is in a state of chaos because unfortunately we're just not able to heal in an environment that is intentionally getting us sick over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Or are not able to recover. We're being gaslit and re-wounded every day in this country and have
Yeah.
because pale supremacy has not ended, it's evolved.
Hello.
Exactly.
So there's never came a space for us to exhale. And when we tried to exhale, when we galvanized our efforts and we created Black Wall Street, etc., KKK, the American Ku Klux Klan, all of these racist systems came together and destroyed Black people's efforts to liberate themselves economically, emotionally, spiritually, metaphysically, over and over and over again. They bombed our churches, they bombed our salons, they literally
Everything.
killed us
Mm-hmm.
across the land. So I think that, I mean, it's clear that our people want to heal. Our history bears out our efforts over generations of attempting to outstretch ourselves. But you have that. But I also wanted to agree with gray haired diva about education needing to start as early as possible when it comes to our children, especially in this day and age of technology, which does accelerate the exposure of the world to our kids
Yeah.
more than ever. So one of the things that may actually handicap American children in terms of intellect is our philosophy in the West, which suggests that kids should be kids, but in many other cultures and societies in the world, they take the approach that they are raising adults, not children. You're only a child once in many other cultures. You're a adult forever.
Yep.
And cultures who implement those things, they start delegating tasks and roles and disseminating information as soon as children can walk and talk. And this does produce more structured adulthood and better oriented adult men and women. And that's why when we're talking about like multi-generational homes, etc., you have the Asians, you have all these people who have more structured living and educational is intentional in their lives,
Yeah.
and forced in their lives from the time that they come into the world. Now, moving back up to this whole situation with abortion, pro-lifers are just straight up pro-bull-itters. These conservative weirdos are pro-lifers until those clumps of cells they are referencing as babies are Black babies, are queer and trans babies, are poor babies, are mentally ill babies, are immigrant babies, are refugee babies, and so on and so on and so on. These same pro-lifers also happen to be pro-military, pro-police, pro-death penalty, and pro-right to bear arms to kill your Black ass with. Now, when it comes to aborting a baby, okay, aborting a baby, I personally feel is a misleading phrase because it suggests that what's aborted is a living fetus when what's actually aborted is a clump of cells. And what Republicans misrepresent as a heartbeat in this bogus heartbeat bill they've been trying to pass to humanize what's actually happening isn't even a heartbeat. It's just cardiac activity called the fetal pole, which is a result of creative things happening within the yolk, kind of like cake mix bubbling. You wouldn't call that a cake, just scientific things in the oven. I know in the 70s, 70% of women who die from abortion related complications and procedures were Black women. And Black women still make up the majority of fatalities due to abortion related complications. 17 million unsafe abortions happen annually across the world, and Black women in the US are 3 times more likely to attempt a self-induced abortion in their lifetime than their female counterparts. Now, because in the West we don't deal with the root of any issue, like what causes irresponsible sex amongst men and women, stopping abortions on the front end actually seems good for Black women because more than half of Black women do die from abortion-related complications. But on the back end, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications like postpartum, which follows delivery. Black women are 3 times as likely to die due to blood pressure disorders and cardiomyopathy than their female mayonnaise counterparts. Preeclampsia is
100%.
most of
Not
maternal
mayonnaise.
Black women. So banning abortions could dramatically it could dramatically pregnancy related deaths for Black and brown minority women. I just don't think this is going in the right direction at all. It sickens me to my stomach in terms of everybody's talking points around grassroots movements. I think that at this point, it's time to be angry as hell. We are going to have to radicalize our passion for our community. We are going to have to apply pressure to those who have visibility, whether that's our Black celebrities, our Black stars, our Black politicians, even if we have to start banging down the doors of these churches on every corner in the hood and make them get proactive about educating the youth and starting programs right there in the church house, like the church used to do back in the 60s and 70s, where it wasn't just a place for talking about Noah's Ark and Jesus. You could actually galvanize the community. You could actually implement systems and conversations around community watch, around Black Panthers, around policing your own neighborhoods, around et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we have to overly abuse and utilize what we already have at a grassroots, which I don't think we really do. So it because everything is getting to the extreme, it just means that our efforts and our crying aloud and our fight to freedom and solidarity amongst each other is also going to have to be on a radical level as well. But I love what everybody had to say, and yeah, it's just God. We just need to continue to press forward. I know that legislation and law is a big thing, but like the reality is people care nothing about the law. If women want to abort their children, they're going to abort their children.
Yeah.
And
The same thing with guns.
Exactly.
The same thing
women,
with guns.
Hold on,
women
Sabrina.
have been shoving hangers and plungers and
Yep.
on their stomach since the beginning of
Right.
time to
Or
abort
just not eating.
pregnancy.
Taking
Can I-
quinine.
May
just
I
not
interject?
eating, et cetera.
Yeah.
One second, hold on.
I went to school, and the way that the girls, particularly the cheerleaders, would achieve miscarriage is by making the other cheerleaders drop them during pregnancy, doing a routine. Drop them on
Wow.
the girls, jump their bellies like tambourine to avoid. So all we're doing is taking sex, which is inevitable. People are going to have sex. Young people are going to have
Right.
going to engage in those activities, whether they're being intelligent, whether they're being wise, whether they're being reckless, or there is going to happen and remove abortions and many of these threats. It's just only going to lead women injuring themselves in catastrophic ways. But my last point is I'm also deeply offended this all out of sex and want to just nuke the entire planet because I don't understand how this conversation around abortion only one that's related to when men, the conversations around the conversations around policing men's reproductive functionality, not even on the table talk, like not even a little bit isn't on the table. And we're acting as if women are out here immaculate conceiving these children. They require men to conceive. So the conversation isn't even balanced, and it just shows how patriarchal and toxic and misogynistic our government still to this day of women's equality and all of the progression that we think we have. We're still a pretty archaic and barbaric as people with archaic and barbaric ass. But I rest my peace.
Thank you,
May
lovey.
I
And you have a
just say
little bit
one
of
thing really
static.
quick?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you look one. I'm gonna
Oh,
give you
sorry.
the floor. One sec. Conscious. You have a little bit of static there, sweetie. Just to let you know, I'm not sure
Now
if
you
you
let me
if
go
you
through my
moved.
whole Dr. King speech with all
You
this.
know we heard it. No, we heard it. But Dr. King, we heard it. We heard it, King. We got it. But I'm just letting you know there's a little static there, baby.
That's because they hear us. They listening. We together. They
We
listening.
got it.
They'll knock me off the internet twice.
It's
Yeah,
inspiration. I
ma'am.
may have to share your baby daddy.
I know, me too. We might have to become a throuple. I don't know.
Listen, I don't mind
He
polyamory.
moves something in my brain.
I'm not in the threesomes, but I may have to be
Hey, all
Listen,
right. See,
polyamory, I got no
we
problem with
about to make a
polyamory.
whole
I'm
new
not trying to
way.
hog him all
Oh
every
my
day.
God.
He didn't move something in my brain. I tell you. Ooh.
Conscious gonna kill me now. Um, Lola, go ahead, baby. I promise you to give you the floor.
I just wanted to say, Conscious TV, we need more men like you who stand up for females and come from a place of not just saying things to say them, but I honestly have true passion behind it.
Mm.
We need more allies. And I also wanted to say as well, I was agreeing with you, especially when you said pro-lifers are weirdos, because I feel like when there is a choice, you're not taking either side's ability to choose. But when people are pro-life um, pass their views, no one has a choice.
Right.
And I feel like that's
Right,
something to really resonate on. If you are pro-life, then do that, be that. That is fine. But do not make the decisions for others.
right,
Do
right.
do not take that away. I
Which is the
actually
problem.
and I actually wanted to say this. Originally, Hart, I was going to be a doctor too, so I was in pre med.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a friend. She was from Brooklyn. Her father had gone to jail before. They lit a projects. She got into school on a scholarship,
Mm-hmm.
and it turns out that she was dating a dude that wasn't so great. It was a bit of a DV situation, just verbal back and forth. She ended up being pregnant our first semester, and I remember going with her to buy the pregnancy tests, and we went back to my dorm room, and she took the test, and she was positive,
Yeah.
and she was literally contemplated. Because from the day I met her, she wanted to break the cycle of being on welfare, on living on Section 8, on not knowing, on not having anything higher than a high school education, even if that.
Yeah.
She decided to go through with it. She terminated the pregnancy, and she is now a doctor.
Yep.
Choice matters. Choice
Choice does
matters.
matter. I decided to have mine. I was my senior year of college. But as source would have it, as spirit would have it, the same time I found out I was pregnant, I also found out that I went to school during the Reagan years. So I found out that same
Oh wow.
time, within about a month, that I was not going to have enough money to go to school anyway. I probably could have still done it, to be honest with you. I had enough at that point, and no judgment. I had enough sugar daddies. I could have made it, but that ain't the print. That's a whole
Bring
nother
it.
damn. For we'll talk about that another day. But
Mhm.
We pray for
any,
recession.
anyway,
That bourbon is flowing.
listen, the show there, and we only halfway there. But I chose right, and I was on birth control. I was on the pill.
Exactly.
Didn't miss it.
Oh
Right.
God,
Didn't miss
Yep.
it. Didn't miss it because I was in school. I didn't miss it.
that's a problem. What happens if that
So
happens?
right. So, but I was at that point. I had her when I was 20. So I was young. I was very young, 19, 20 years old. And at that point, I couldn't with, I mean, I knew it was an option. I just couldn't. But that was my choice. And then, here we are. But I had to make that choice years later. I, 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 I couldn't afford another child.
Yeah.
I had two. It was in between my son and my daughter.
Yeah.
Right.
And I could not afford, and the father was not going to be there. So I had to make that choice.
Mm.
So I can see it from all sides. And then later on, I miscarried my last child. It was I had taken the depot shot, Diva.
Mm-hmm.
I had
Oh.
taken the depot, but I found out later I was going to Loyola University Hospital in Chicago, and I will call them out. I got no problem with it.
Mm.
And all of us in there, that this is 19, my baby was born 1993. So this is shortly in 1993, late 1993. As soon as I could go in there and get the shot, I did. There was all these women in here. Okay, all these women in the clinic, you see them all when you go through the pregnancies together, you see everybody. And so I
Mhm.
got the depot shot so that I wouldn't get pregnant again. Okay?
Mm.
There wasn't I didn't want another not at that moment in time. However, I took the first one and then I went and I took a second one. You had taken once every 3 months. I'd have no cycle because what it mimics, it elevates certain levels in hormonal levels in your body so that your body is in a consistent status of thinking it's pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
You tend to
Mm.
get weight.
Mhm.
Progesterone.
Thank you, progesterone. And then you're sensitive, everything, you're in a bad mood all the time. It's terrible on the men as well. But anyway, so your body, you think you're in a constant status of pregnancy. And so I go to take the second one, and within about a month or so after, I start feeling the butterflies.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So now I done already had three. I knew what that was.
Right.
So I went to the doc. I called. I said, I think I'm pregnant. No, you're not. Yeah, I am. No, you're not. I went in there and the doctor was like, oh, she's nuts. They took me back for an ultrasound. I heard my physician, I swear to God, I heard my physician tell the nurse out in the vestibule in the hallway, call for a psych evaluation because she's crazy.
Oh.
Oh.
Now I swear to God, that's what they said. She's
Mm.
hallucinating. And I told them I know my body.
Right.
So we had the ultrasound, and the ultrasound tech said, "Oh my God." And I
Mm.
said, "Yeah." I called her a few choice words. I was younger then. I called her a few choice words, cussed I clean out, and I told him to get that mother effing doctor in the room too. So I cussed him out
Mm.
too. And anyway,
Cussing
long
everybody
story
out.
short, I cussed everybody out because I did not want another child.
Right. You're fertile myrtle
I
though.
was doing,
Sounds like.
baby, I can make them and I can push them out in 4 hours or less.
Wow.
So,
What?
oh yeah, I'm a child bearer. Not no more, but I was. Now, anyway,
Surrogacy side hustle.
not at 53. I don't need that much money. Maybe for one of my
Can
kids,
I
but
pop?
that'll
Can
be
I
about
pop
the
in real quick? I
satellite.
just wanted to.
Well, baby.
Uh,
So anyway, long story short, let me
I
just
love. I wanted.
let me just
Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse
go
me.
ahead, babe. Go ahead. Let me just finish my story real quick and I'll let y'all go. Long story short, what I found out after I miscarried that child 2.5 months
Mm.
later. I was 4 months pregnant at the time I went in. I miscarried that child at and matter of fact, it was 6 months and 3 weeks. So right before my seventh month started. I found out afterwards because a black physician came in, was not my doctor, another black physician came into my room because they put me on the pregnancy ward.
Mm.
The black physician came in there and she said, I need to tell you this. I could probably lose my job, but I don't care. She said that what they had done to all of us that had been taking that shot in that clinic in that year,
Oh
half
no.
of us, they properly shook up the depot shot so that the solution was
Oh.
evenly distributed.
Oh.
The other half of us, they did not. I was in the half that they did not.
Oh my.
And I got pregnant and then took the second shot and then miscarried. She said, "What you do with this information from here forward is on you, but I cannot live. I cannot sleep. I cannot have this on my conscience because I'm seeing too many of us come through this teaching hospital
Mm.
after being experimented on against our will."
Wow.
Sound like another hospital where I'm at.
Also, they gave you the placebo for the first shot.
Basically, they could have. She just said it
Yeah,
wasn't properly
Lex.
shook up.
Oof.
My point is this, is that we have to start doing for ourselves and our own, and we have to be aware of the experimentation. We have to be aware of the school to prison pipelines. We have to be aware of what's going on. We need our doctors. I know that there's plenty of TikTok and all. I get it, but we need the mothers and the fathers, the leaders. Earlier, I said I need to do a series about the new leaders, the ones that are workers of the light, not of the gaslight. We
Mm-hmm.
gotta be better. And I know that people are not gonna trust us immediately, but we gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. And I will do whatever I can. If everyone else, not even if, I don't care what you do what you want to do. But I'm here. And we got to do better, y'all, because we know better. We
Yeah.
know better. Chocolate Earth, I cut you off.
No, that's okay. I jumped in like jump rope. It's okay. Um, I just wanted to say to everyone again, thank y'all for having this conversation and willing to have the conversation.
Hmm.
Because when we talk about who gonna get on the train, who not. We know who gonna get on the train. We
Hmm.
already know this. I'm not concerned about the people who don't. I'm gonna wave at
Hmm.
them as the train continues on.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to look at it in a way that what are we leaving for the next generation? We
Yep.
all got that we all gonna
Yeah.
roll up out of here at one point. The journey
Yeah.
is the choice that we have. And it's
Yep.
like I apologize the different women who have shared the fact that 19 when she became pregnant with me, and her and I had a conversation. Never forget. She was very close to for me not to be here, and she was
Hmm.
concerned about telling me that she wasn't sure how my reaction would be. And I told her, I said, in this society, I understand, and I say that because as a single black woman in this society, your only choice, you can't wait for someone else to make opportunity. You literally have to kick the door. And
Hmm.
women who have who to free clinic to get assistance. I unfortunately having children. I have the
Mm.
my
You're
body
breaking up a little bit.
doesn't give me the ability to do so.
Hmm.
And I remember being in a relationship at the time, and we thought I was. I was so listen
Hmm.
here. I was so happy that I wasn't. Anyway. Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me? Am I breaking up still?
Yes. Yep. Yep. We're good.
Now we can, yeah.
No, you got you.
Am I still breaking up or I'm clear?
Hmm.
No,
I
you're good
apologize.
to
I'm
go.
trying to stop my internet, y'all. You already know. So, short. I've had to be a part of these different scenarios where women are on the last book. And
Right.
if we don't, like to everyone on the panel, it is time for us to fight. And not in a, oh, it's okay. We just gonna pray and let it be. No, that's what I meant. I stand by it. And I'm gonna say it again. I got my sword and I got my shield and I'm ready. And those who are going to step up to the plate, they coming. And if they not, it's all right. But don't come knocking on my door after it all went down, because I'm gonna tell you can't come in. I'm
Amen
not
to
even.
that.
So thank
Amen to that.
you.
Amen.
You're welcome.
Uh,
You know what? You
yeah,
know that time that you got up right now, right?
yeah,
And it
yeah,
says, and tell women, especially on Black sisters, to stop having kids out of wedlock. You
Child.
know, let me throw this Nick Cannon situation into the mix right now, right, for a little bit.
You
It's
better do
funny.
it.
It's funny
Come
how people
on.
say that, right? It's
yeah.
funny how people say
Mm-hmm.
that. But in his situation, everybody's sitting around saying like it's okay because he has money, right? And my whole thing is, I said several times, but you still intentionally setting up all of these single children homes. You understand what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
intentional. And so, and again, you're saying tell our Black sisters, well, we're not the only ones that's having, kids out of wedlock, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like, okay,
Sarah
if
Palin
you
daughter.
if you're gonna tell us to stop having it, we not like somebody I think on the panel would have said it. Jesus is not. This is not the second coming of Jesus.
Yeah.
Somebody is laying down with us and creating this kid with us. So you need to tell these men stop having unprotected sex with these women. Okay, you can have control of this situation also. And why don't we have the men go line up and get some type of shot or something
Mm-hmm.
so
Talk
that
about
they
it.
can
Talk about it.
deactivate that semen, so when it does come out, then a boom, 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 ain't nothing gonna happen. So, like I said earlier, everything is on the female's back. Oh, y'all keep your legs closed. Y'all having
Mm-hmm.
these single women. Oh, y'all sleeping with so many men. Oh, you got 3 baby fathers. Okay, but I have my 3 kids. So you told me don't have an abortion, but now I don't have the abortion,
Talk it.
and I got
Talk
three
it.
different fathers, and now you
Mm.
want
Better
to
tell
shame me
it.
on that. So every time you
Amen.
turn around, the woman gets shamed. Okay.
Right.
I got shamed for opening my legs and not being married. Then I got shamed because I wanted to not have the baby. But then if I keep the baby and now that man left me, should I never date anybody else after that? But if I happen
Amen.
to date somebody else after that, and then I get pregnant by them, now I'm the scar. Like now I'm a hoe. Now I'm looked at a certain way because I got 3 kids and 3 different fathers. It's like, so what do you want us to do? And,
Right.
and
That
and we
part.
are not the only ones in this situation. Somebody, I needed some semen to help
From
me
somewhere.
bring this little baby into the world. So why are we not calling these men to order also? So
Come
y'all checking
on.
us by law. By
Right.
law, they're gonna check us, but they're never checking the man. So they're
No.
gonna put a law in place to check the female to shut us down,
Right.
but you're never checking this man.
Right.
Come on now.
The patriarchy. Because
I
come
know.
on now.
Right.
Smoke. Welcome. We're gonna let
Well,
Smoke, because I'm gonna come back around the horn because I want to hear what everybody got to say about
Oh,
this.
wow.
I
Welcome,
want to hear what
welcome,
mm-hmm.
welcome,
everybody
Hey,
got
welcome,
to
Smoke.
y'all.
say.
Hey,
So,
Smoke.
to
Mm.
my lovely queens and sisters on this call, I am so sorry for today. And in honor of y'all, I put the baddest bee
Hey,
to ever
hey.
done it, Miss Bernadine Harris. Because if y'all really wanted to shut it down, y'all would have got in y'all dressing your sexy negligees,
Mm-hmm.
have your bonnets on, and have your curlers in.
Mm-hmm.
March on down to Washington with some Molotov cocktails and burn
Mm-hmm.
that bitch all the way to the
Way
ground.
down.
Ooh,
You
All the
know
way to the
it.
ground.
And then
and
take
they
a
wouldn't even
drag
be
off that cigarette and
around.
flick it.
Exactly. Walk away fierce and go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles or some IHOP. Get you some
Hey.
pancakes. You hear me? But in all serious note though, like this is just terrible because they've been wanting to do this for the longest time, and by unfortunately, I won't even say us. I'll be saying because we have who we had in 2016 as the left choice and how problematic she was and stuff like that, and people
Mm-hmm.
not wanting to like go with her. We ended up
Mm-hmm.
with he who shall not be named, and
Mm.
because of that, we're paying for the ramifications of those choices. And
Mm-hmm.
for me awakens a deeper fear of what is going to be next. Like, what are they going to try to overturn that's going to wreak havoc in our lives, our friends lives, our loved ones lives, that is no point of return.
And it's just like, I just don't understand it. Like, if you don't agree with something that someone else does, why do you care if they do it? Like, what bearing does that have on your day-to-day life
Yeah.
and how you go about yourself? And my thing is, there's nothing quote unquote in the Constitution about it. Correct me if I'm wrong, is there even anything in the Bible about this? I'm a Buddhist, so I don't know that as well. But I don't think
About
that.
aborting babies. I mean,
Yeah.
there are stretches of pieces of verses.
Yeah.
I mean, I being a minister, I have always looked at it as stretches of pieces of verses. Just like you can find a stretch of a piece of a verse to tell, somebody not to marry outside the race, or not to do a whole lot of things. There's plenty of things that you can apply whenever you feel like it in the way that you see fit.
Because here's my thing, that I think they're not realizing the flip side of this. If they are allowing their religious ideology to affect their decision making, they're kind of can create, and I could be wrong, kind of like the loophole to be like, okay, so clearly there's no separation of church and state, since it's now into our politics. So since y'all want to be making informed opinions and affecting our laws, then
But
there
Smoke,
goes your tax exemption.
they're
So
not
therefore it's
using
contribute to the
they're not
country.
using religion as an excuse. They're using something else as an excuse. The fact that it was never constitutionally amended to the
Correct.
Constitution. That's what they're using. That's why they're applying it to states. Now, you, as the individual who lives in a certain state, you are supposed to elect legislators that look like that represent your views. That's what's happening.
But I think that's just smoke and mirrors. Most of those people, especially on the far right, they do everything based on their religious beliefs. They're not just doing it
Right,
for
exactly.
political gain whatsoever. So them saying, "Oh, let the states do it," that's just a way of being like, okay, we kind of have some of the shield, so it's like we can
But it's
protect
not
how
just the
we view
far
view.
right. Ruth Bader Ginsburg said it herself. Roe v. Wade did make the precedent worse. She said that this made the situation worse. Yes, Norma McCorvey wanted an abortion in the state of Texas. She should have been allowed one, but we should have never made a law. We should have never made it constitutional for all states to have it legal. It should have been left up to every other state themselves. That's
Which is how this country was originally created. I mean,
created.
I understand it's not perfect completely, trust me.
It's not.
However, by us allowing too much federal overreach in every area, this is the resultant, because we did not continue to allow the states to be more self-governing. Like I said before, now the Band-Aid's getting ripped off. I don't like the Band-Aid that got ripped off.
I don't
I
like
don't like
that.
how this is done, because I think, as we've been talking about today for quite some time now, there are
Dysfunctions.
far-reaching ramifications to this that only affect one half, not even one half. We comprise more than one half of the population in the United States. If we want to be real about it, women comprise more than 50% of the population of the United States of America. So you have affected the majority of Americans with this
And
without any safety net. Without any safety net. And then if we're gonna go, I can't let that comment go about tell us not to have children out of wedlock. I can't let that go. I can't let
Who
that
said
go.
that?
Then,
Someone in the
oh
comment.
child, I'm gonna scroll up and find it again. Let me tell you something. Then I tell you what I'm gonna do. How about who was it? LRGA?
Yeah.
Do you remember who it
It's
was?
gonna be a kitty cat boycott around here. We on
Yeah.
kitty
You
cat
are
hiatus. You ain't getting no cookies. You ain't getting no milk.
right.
You ain't getting no kitty cat unless you my husband.
yeah.
Oh my
One
god.
person have
Do
a
it.
kid out of
And
wedlock.
also we have to not forget that it's crazy how things can happen like that. But there's other things that are being done in the Supreme Court that I do agree with, such as school choice was literally upheld the other day. Look how this is being a distraction from that. That was something that's very
School
important.
choice. School
What do you
choice.
mean?
More, Sebastian.
School choice is because in certain states they have laws. If you live in a certain neighborhood, you have to go to school in that said
Right.
neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
The Supreme Court voted against that. They voted that parents
Oh.
have the right to take their children out of these schools and get a voucher from these schools to enlist their kids no matter where they want. If it's a private school or another public school or parochial school, that's your choice.
But Sebastian, can I just interject with that? Probably, this is my assumption. They probably did that because some of them have interest in said private schools, said charter schools that they financially they get paid for that as well. So if it's not in their interest, they're not going to go behind
But
it.
school choice also has a racial connotation, just like
Yeah,
Roe v.
because that
Wade
black
did.
lady got.
There is a racial connotation in Roe v. Wade that a lot of us try to avoid to talk about, but it's very big. So does school choice have one too? If you ask yourself, where are the most segregated schools in America? And I could list 3 of those states right now: Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. They
That's
have the
very
most.
beautiful, but that ain't what we're talking about right now.
And the abortion thing, where are most of those clinics? In black and brown neighborhoods. That's why there's a racial connection to all of them.
Yeah.
So less school, more babies. More school, less babies.
No, they're not
No,
connected together.
he was just talking about the fact
About
that
like there's more things coming out of the court as we speak right
right.
now. That's what I'm
And
trying to say.
right, that's what you saying. And we could talk about that. I personally am for school choice, to be honest with you, because I don't think anyone should be forced because of their
Right.
location just go to a particular school. I also though feel that we need to do better about all of our schools and stop looking
Exactly.
to other people to provide education for us when they don't intend to.
Yeah.
Melinda, Jay, welcome to the panel and welcome back, Levon's librarian.
Yes, sorry.
Welcome back, y'all.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah.
Melinda, would you like to sound off, please, dear?
Yes. So what I think about the Roe versus Wade, well, to be honest, I feel like the decision was already made when the documents came out. But what they were just waiting on the divine timing for the drop the bomb for people. But that's just my opinion. But I did check out this documentary that took place last year. BET had did it with Soledad O'Brien with it was Disrupt Dismantle. And in some of the court one of the episodes it was talking about the state of the black hood, the black motherhood in the state of Mississippi when it came to the healthcare. And due to the fact I did live in Mississippi for some time, and the fact that I had my child at the age of 19, going on 20, and the fact that, I couldn't afford, well, the insurance that I was on with my kids at the time, I wasn't able to, go forward with the pregnancy. However, I did, thankfully, my guys and my ancestors were with me at the time because the nurse was telling me, like, you need to go on down the street and sign up for Medicaid so you can get your pregnancy afloat and have the state pay for it. I was like, okay. So I did that, and I didn't find out I was pregnant. Low key, I was in denial at the same time until I was 4 months. I wasn't sure until the 4 months came about and I made that announcement. That's when I just popped in. So along that, I had a high risk pregnancy too. So I had preeclampsia and high blood pressure. So I had that too as well, to the point where it was times because my son was trying to come in July, but he was due at the end of August. So, however, my doctor, me and her were pregnant at the same time. So I had a black military doctor.
Oh, wow.
Again, thankful to the ancestors. She didn't find out she was pregnant until after I came in my first visit within 4 months. And she was about 2 weeks. And she was like, okay, you can holler at me now because I'm pregnant too. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna be all in this. We're gonna do this together. So after that, she was it came to the point where, and she didn't say this to me until after the fact, but it came to the point where it was either me or him or both of us that unalive. So luckily it was her that made sure that I was being deliver my child safely and making sure my child came safely into this world. So, and on top of that, I had an African doctor too that did the circumcision. So I was like I said, my ancestors, they did not play with me around that time because I prayed to God, like, Lord, let me get through this process. Because the last checkup that I had, because I had to go in every 2 weeks to make sure everything was good because of my high pregnancy. I was pregnant. And it got to the point where my last checkup before they were about to induce me, my child was unresponsive. The
Wow.
umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck. So that's when she told me to go across the street and go into labor and delivery. I was the first one in the labor delivery and last one leaving out because everybody was having their baby at the same dang time on the 8th of August. Okay.
Wow.
So to keep it all long story short, like the women's health nowadays is not the same as it is back then because my grandmother, she was able to have her kids in the kitchen and go on about her business. Now it's not the same. Women have to take control of their bodies and make sure and nourish their bodies strong enough to be able to withstand a pregnancy or whatever comes their way when it comes to any type of health. Because healthcare is not the same. The bodies are functioning not the same anymore. So it's important for us women to understand our bodies as well as everybody else get on one accord and educate our bodies as well because our bodies are not the same as it was back then.
Right.
So I encourage y'all to check that documentary out because that like really shook my core when some of the legislation that was happening with some of the advocates there, and it's still the same thing. The state of Mississippi is still in that Jim Crow area. I don't care what nobody say. I love that state, but they still operate in that mentality like it has not moved within the 50 years that everything else has transpired. So
Yeah, I
yeah, I
hear you.
encourage you all to check that out. And of course, yeah, I see someone with fibroids in the chat. Like my mother, she experienced uterine fibroids. We want to keep that afloat when it comes to the women's health as well, with the uterine fibroids. And then of course, me and my good sis, we have a group on Facebook called Mommy Honeycomb, where we try to like encourage. We just give little tidbits on um, anything that has to deal with parenthood, motherhood, and just try to reestablish that village the best way possible. Because of course, it takes a village to raise a child, but
Yes.
there's the
Right.
double standard. It got to stop because it's just like, okay, you're saying this one way, but you're saying stuff in another capacity. So make it make sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amen.
I'm gonna just say one thing real quick. Any of my folks that are on the panel that you have been here from the beginning, if it's late for y'all and y'all feel like it's time for y'all to fly, you can feel free, okay? I don't want y'all to think that you gotta, because I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. We still ain't finished my drink. So I don't know how long.
She said we didn't finish my
That's
drink.
that drink.
You better pour me some then if we should
I know
share
that's
it.
right.
That was the royal we. We have not finished our drink. Uh so I don't want y'all to feel like, because I know some of y'all on the East Coast, right? So I don't want you to feel like you have to stay. So if you do need to go, you could just let me know, and we can thank you very much for being, because y'all been with me for 2.5 hours already. So I just want to let y'all know.
Let me throw this in there. See, you know what the thing is? No matter whether you have money or you don't have money, certain people just get treated dirty when it comes to healthcare, period. I forgot the judge name is slipping my mind right now, but she was on TV. Her son, his wife was in the hospital. I want to say she had a C-section, had their baby. And now this is people that have money, right? Had their baby. And then afterwards, her her urine bag that she had, because she had a Foley catheter in,
Mhm.
it was just pure blood. It was red. It wasn't tinged. It was red. They kept going to the doctors and the nurses and saying, listen, something's not right. He kept telling them, my wife is in pain. She's not looking good. They kept ignoring. Finally, the next day, they took her, they did like an ultrasound or whatever. They took her into surgery. Anyway, she died. Now, this is a woman with money. So it's like, no, it's like a double-edged sword where they just don't care about certain communities when it comes to the healthcare, when it comes to, the babies, when it comes to pregnancy, and when it comes to believing the person, knowing their body and saying, listen, hey, something's not right. Right? I am pregnant, or I am this, or something is not feeling right. There's a high level just across the board. This is not a community, a high level, like usually before, a long time ago, you would rarely hear about a woman having to have a C-section to give birth. Then all of a sudden, everybody was like, I had a C-section. It's like, okay, come on, where was the turn that happened that every single person is walking through the door now and has to have a C-section? But see, the thing is, once you have a C-section, is but so many you can have. So if you are a person that you are married, and let's say you wanted to have a family of 4 or 5, once they give you a C-section, the risk of you being able to have 4 or 5, because they said once you have one, normally they keep saying you have to continue to have the C-section after that, right? So now you want to have 4 or 5 kids, but they gave you a C-section from child number 1. So it's like there's a way that they keep controlling, the fact of, like someone said before, our uterus, right? So if I can't get you this way, I'm gonna get you that way. Now I'm gonna give you a C-section. So on that note, you can only have 2 more anyway, or 1 more. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's so sad the way that women, period, get treated in healthcare, in the workforce, just across the board. We are like the lowest common denominator.
Yes.
And it's like, that's why all of us, black, white, yellow, orange, green, we need to stand up, stand together, and tell these people, like, knock it off. You're going to stop it. Now you done went too far. And yes, it was Judge Hatchett. Thank you for saying that.
Hey, Nico, thank you. By the way, I can tell you exactly when it happened. And yes, you can, depending upon how they do the C-section, you can actually have a natural birth after. However, the majority of these C-section, it's been my experience that the majority of them are not done in the way that you can that allows a woman to have a natural childbirth afterwards, a vaginal childbirth, rather than a C-section. I could tell you precisely when it happened. It happened in the 90s. Actually, the transition happened between the 70s and 80s, just as the birth rate was going down. As the birth rate started declining, insurance companies and hospitals specifically were now not making as much money as they were before, because there weren't as many people having children. Therefore, what did they figure that they would do? Oh, let's just make everyone have a C-section, because not only is it double or triple the amount of money they can bill the insurance company, but back in that day, I don't know how long you got to stay now, but back in that day, they made you, that was the only way they could keep you in the hospital more than 3 days. It was 3 to 5 days for you to remain in the hospital after having a C-section. So they were making more money all the way around the horn.
Can I ask a quick question to those of you
Yes.
who are mothers? I don't know if you guys have experienced just natural or both. Is there like an advantage to C-section? Is it less painful than natural birth? Like, what is like the main? I know some women just can't do the natural birth, but is there like more or less pain from one? Is recovery longer, shorter for one than the other?
It's definitely longer when you have a C-section, because you literally are cutting through your all the layers. You have to move all of your organs out of the way, and you are cutting through your uterine wall, which is a massive muscle.
Ouch.
So think of, if you ripped your muscle, think about ripping your thigh muscle.
Ooh.
And the arteries too. Ooh.
All of it. Think you just rip that joker. How long do you think that son of a gun would take to heal?
And
And
imagine,
how, right? So
what if you nick an artery? Oh my God! Then you start bleeding out. Oh.
yeah, listen, and I don't know if any of y'all, I'm sure Diva's seen them done. If y'all ever see a C-section done, baby,
I did on YouTube. They actually see it for like medical purposes on YouTube. They have.
Oh my God!
To me, they use garden tools to hold you. But anyway,
Right.
that's a whole
Yes.
nother
Yes.
story.
That's what it looks like. Yes.
But anyway, I had all vaginal, so I would not know the difference. I feel like my recovery was a lot easier with a vaginal birth than it was with a C-section. But Diva, I think you work on the wards, don't you? So you might know a little bit more than.
No,
I
I personally had a C-section.
Okay.
I personally had a C-section. But it's just, but yeah, they're literally flipping and moving all of your organs around to get the little baby out, get the little bambino out. But it's more of like, now though there's stricter rules, because I did health insurance too, right? Now there's stricter rules about payment. So deliveries are bundled. And you do get a slightly higher payment for a C-section, but it's not a whole lot. And now it's not a whole lot. And now they want to push the mom out the hospital quicker because, infection, this, that, and the other. So way back when, you stayed in the hospital longer, whether you had a vaginal birth or a C-section, right? It was about 7 days average, right?
Yeah.
Now they kicking you out of that hospital after 3 days. I think if you have a vaginal delivery, and maybe 4 days when you have a C-section. They're getting you out of there. But again, because they don't want to have that cross contamination, they don't want to have infection, they don't want a whole lot of things to happen. But I think that's a double-edged sword too, because I think, especially when you're a first-time parent, I think those longer days, it helped the mother adjust. When it's like when one thing is snatched away, you see a rise in something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because postpartum depression is real. And if you're a first time parent, it's no book on these things. And even if you read the book, nothing is like real life situations, right? So you push this baby out, and then 3 days later, they're like, bye. Okay, good luck at home. Take your bottles if you're gonna breastfeed. And even teaching somebody how to breastfeed is not easy, right?
And
Because
not in 24 hours.
It sure isn't. It sure isn't. Because that baby gotta latch on, and then you gotta make sure that the baby is really getting that milk, because then you could turn out to have somebody the baby's not getting enough nutrition.
Yep.
And you gotta let that mother know, like, you gotta make sure that that the milk is coming out, that the baby's getting it. It's just so much that goes along with it. But I just see on a regular basis, over and over and over again, how certain communities get treated one way, and then other communities get treated another way. But in healthcare, I see a lot where it doesn't even matter your economical level. Those certain communities still don't get listened to the way that maybe some others do. And that's why I brought up that Judge Hatchett. Now, they got money, and look what happened. They did not listen to him. He kept pushing and saying there is blood in the darn catheter thing. It was just red blood. And I want to say she lost a lot of blood. And that's why I think when they took her back to surgery, she died on the table.
That is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That is awful. We're gonna I want to cycle back through just in case here. I want to be sure everybody's had a chance to speak. It's almost 3 hours, y'all. I tried to last as long as conscious. I can't do it. I don't know how he does 12, 13-hour lives. I want to be like you
starting to
when I
get
grow
sleepy
up.
from that drink. You starting to get sleepy from that drink.
But now that you might be right about. That might be right. But I do, y'all can revive me. I want to bring Levon's library LRG. I want everybody to kind of roll back in here. We've talked about a lot tonight.
We have.
I never like to leave anything without a solution. And SJ, I need to get you back in here too. Matter of fact, let me bring you in here real quick. Tell the people who ain't heard you before, or just remind us about your vision for our own community. Can you remind us? And then we'll go back through and let's see how y'all feel about this. Go ahead. Can you hear me, SJ? Do I have the right person? She might not be able to hear me. Okay. Um, LRGA. I'm gonna
Yeah.
circle back to you, baby. Well, where else? We've had talked about a whole lot of things about keeping men accountable,
Right.
about us being more accountable.
Yes. There's a
As
lot of
a as an auntie, what can we do, baby?
yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. I want to circle back also to what Diva and I believe Conscious, who was speaking to the people in the back. He was back, okay. Uh, what they were both saying, I took these notes. We have to heal within our community.
Yeah.
It's basically like the blind leading the blind right now. No wonder we can't come together. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing with so much residual traumatic. We're in PTSD. Our hypothalamus haven't declouded enough for us to ingest anything other than a survival type situation.
Mm-hmm.
Once we can come down off the high of being traumatized, then maybe we can have another conversation. But right now, we're like, we just got finished with what? The centennial thingamajigget for the Oklahoma Wall Street getting bombed. The
Yeah.
New York Park got bombed. That Lake Lanier used to be a thriving black city. The other lake used to be a thriving black what? You know what I'm saying? Like we're reeling, we're constantly reeling. It's not for not trying, it's not for not coming together, it's not for any of that. However, if we could just have a moment to heal, acknowledge the pain, and don't, you know what I feel like it is? This whole crabs in a barrel mentality that we use when we describe each other, that's not what it is. I hate the pain that I've had to endure. I hate the pain that my people have had to endure. So when I encounter it in other people, it might come off as I'm a crab in a barrel because I hate that part of myself and that person that I'm reacting to and reacting with so much that something evokes out of me that I sabotage what could have been an awesome relationship, an awesome connection. So maybe if we turn around and try to ingest a form of self-love that would allow us to love our pain in the other person, to get over the jealousy, to get over the competition, to get over whatever it is that we need to get over to unify to the part of them that is us. That's where we need to, that's where we need to start.
Let me ask you a question from being in the spiritual community and a teacher, mentor, and whatnot. Do you think there's space, and do you think that this is the proper time for us in a spiritual? And I'm not talking about the church. And please don't nobody get upset about me in the
I
church. Okay?
apologize. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Hi.
Okay, I apologize, girl. I had the issues. Okay, I'll wait till you done. All right.
Okay. So can we, as a how are we feeling about those of us that are bringing back our culture's spirituality and practices? Can we be of assistance, and do you think we're ready for it?
Yes, I believe that we are ready for it because the awakening is already nigh. It's already upon us. There's already communities like this where there are like minds gathering. It's time. It's time. It's time. And this additional pressure is going to bring more like minds together to evoke the change that we're going to need to see for long-term effects. Short-term fixes aren't going to do nothing right now. We need long-term effects, whether it's codifying whatever or referending something else. We need long-term effects that are playing out outside of our community, but within our community, if we begin to reject white Jesus, for one, if we begin to embrace, like you're saying, our natural spirituality, because kind of if you think about it, white Jesus separates. He says you can't love certain people. He be talking crazy. He be saying, no, you got to judge, you got to do this, you got to do that. No, 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 no. Let's just exist and love and connect and empower and shine our talents. And there's so many things that we could be doing that we need to, it's time to do those. Therefore, it can be done.
SJ, can you share? Go ahead.
Yes, I was just getting ready to ask you. I apologize, you guys. I had to travel around where I'm at to get good Wi-Fi. Okay. Since Hart done put me on the spot, I appreciate it. So since 2018, I've been looking into land all over the country. There's over $300 million worth of property here in this country that we don't own.
Mm-hmm.
So I started in 2019, I started Chocolate Earth Foundation. And I give all the praise to my mom because she was the one that encouraged me to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The point of Chocolate Earth is to be that connection, to become a hub for those who need help and for those who want to really help. So the first thing that I really started looking into and studying was agriculture. So for the past 5 years, that's all I've been, finding out any and everything I can. And so we can grow our own food.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen is on the land, 4 greenhouses would be built. From those 4 greenhouses, we can grow pretty much any fruit, any vegetable that you can think of with hydroponics, aeroponics, and aquaponics. Because of inflation, because we still have food deserts, because we still have children going to bed hungry, it makes no sense anymore. And I could not, being that I came from a background of working with children and elderly, so on and so forth, just being a public, working with the public. And I've understood that social services is not a social service. It doesn't serve anyone except for the people who make money off of it. I would like to see Chocolate Earth grow from there. First, providing food for people. Whether you buy a box, and if you buy a box of fruits and vegetables from us, we can then make another box and send it to someone who can't pay.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do I want to just grow the food, I want to teach people how to grow the food, how to cook it. A lot of the issues that we have in our community is because we got away from cooking. I grew up cooking. Wasn't no fast food in my house. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
My mama cooked. And when I started to learn that there are Black farmers in this country that are still waiting on money that the government promised.
Mm-hmm.
And so what Chocolate Earth is all trying to do is get those things in place before the winter is up. Have the property, have the greenhouses built before it gets cold, because it's going to be a hard winter for a lot of folks. And a lot of people told me I was crazy. I was out of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's fine. I am out of my mind. I could get you a certified piece of paper if you need it. But it is time for our own, and I'm ready to do the work, not just talk about it, but see it come to fruition. I got it broken down to the logistics. We can provide opportunity that offers jobs, and that's where I am. And so that's what my goal is as a long term.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so things like this, you all, I'm going to be donating part of, or in partnership with, part of all of different tuitions and things like that, things that we provide at Heart of Inspiration. And soon to also, we're about to launch Elevated Media. So you will soon have a subscription-based over-the-top television network you can watch on your Roku, your Amazon, or your Apple TV. And a portion of those are going to go to foundations like Chocolate Earth Foundation. We're going to take a portion of this, and when y'all come and say, hey, I've got this business plan, we're going to take part of it, and we're going to put our money where our mouth is, because I'm not just a beautiful mouthpiece. I do actually do work. And I encourage those of us who have our own, or even if you don't, whatever you can do, we had the saying in the church, those who cannot do, send.
Yes. Take it back.
Does
Amen.
anybody remember that? Those who
Yes,
cannot
amen.
stand.
Yes, ma'am. Sitting in church.
Yes. Can I say this to
Please.
who just spoke? I'm sorry, I missed the name there. But a good thing would be to again educate, as she has a good thing going on there that you're starting or you're doing. Because again, with the community, a lot of us are taken down by the foods we eat, even when we cook them, because of the traditional ways we cook them. Now it's late in the hour for me. I can't even go down that path right now, right? But it's like, and somebody wrote in there too, the fact that the stress and the cortisol and all the levels are constantly in fight and flight mode. We die of hypertension, high cholesterol, diabetes, all of that. But it's because of our traditional foods that we were taught. But I know why we were taught that, and I think we all do, right? That was our survival, and we got the scraps, and we had to take the scraps and make something of it. And that's why we begin eating that way. But again, we have to understand that that's why it was then, but we know better now. And that's why we got to change that and stop going back to that tradition, because that tradition is killing us, right?
That's right.
And it's really killing us too. It wouldn't be so bad, but then even back then, they got their food from wherever. So at least you were starting with fresh food, not with
Right.
all the pesticides and all of it in it, right?
Exactly.
So at least they was eating it that way, but it was fresh. But now we're eating that way, and on top of it, it got antibiotics, pests. I don't want to go down that road. We could do a whole nother live, right? So I appreciate what you're doing, and I would love it if this education could get into schools. There are some programs now where they're bringing that farm to the, I don't know the right name.
They used to have it. I know what you're talking about too, because my father went through it and so did my mom. It was like Green H or something like that, or I can't remember the program, but they did. They took you so you could learn about agriculture. And to your point, Diva, I was on an all male panel. This was hilarious. I got to tell y'all this. So they were talking about a community, right? So I said, okay, cool. I'm going to try this out. So I asked them, I said, so why do we not consider building our own communities? We don't own anything, a chain of restaurants, a chain of hotels, housing, nothing. This dude couldn't find anything else to say to me but, well, what you trying to do? Have your own money? I was like, wait a minute. Why are we so afraid to step out there? Our ancestors did it knowing that the only choices you had was either survive or you were going to be, your light was going to be snuffed out.
That was it.
I am tired of living in a community that's afraid and ready to tear down everything we try to do. And like I said, when I said we could build that, it can be done.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was called a separatist because I said I wanted us to have our own community. I never said it was all going to be one color. I never said that because it's too many of us and too many allies that why would I do that? But of course, before anything, I'm a woman. You know what I mean? And I came into this world, I was told I'm a little girl. Then I realized what color I am, that had a problem, and that gave permission to use and abuse myself and others. I am tired of it. Yeah. We need our own communities and they can be built. And I want to be a part of that every step of the way. And I want to be a part of those who want to see that vision happen, because if we don't, we're not going to have anything left for our children. We are, it's how many of us here? This is what they say. It's 42 million of us here, which I don't believe that. It's way more, but Black folks don't fill out the census. But we still have too many children going to bed hungry. We have too many parents having to choose between feeding their kids or making sure they can get them to school the next day. And my mom was in education for over 25 years. And I remember her coming home with the stories, kids ain't got no clothes. kids coming to school hungry, and we're still pretending like everybody is okay. And we're not. We're broken. And I'm down. I'm down. I'm ready to get my hands dirty. And that's all I've been trying to do. So to that diva, I appreciate that. All right, I'm out.
Thank you.
You doing it though. You doing
Yes.
it.
And
And yeah, you're doing it.
and that can be something actionable we can actually be doing to help our women, our sisters right now, right, that are facing now as a result of what happened today, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a result of what happened today, now they're facing something else. We need to be helping them, right, in all different ways. I'm gonna go to Lola, and then we're gonna come down to uh, Levon, and I'm gonna try to get everybody in for kind of like a last, like, what are we thinking? I do have somebody backstage. I will need to see who you are before I'm gonna let you up on the panel because I don't know
And
who's
can I
down
say
below
this
you.
real quick? I love
Okay.
you guys. Amazing conversation. I'm glad I had the opportunity to join. I'm tapping out. I've been with you from the beginning, girlfriend. I love you.
Thank
You
you.
know, and I'm a internalize a lot that was said here today because we definitely, you know, change starts one person at a time.
Yeah,
And so we can definitely do this, but we have to agree to stand up and make change happen. And we got to start where we're at right now. So love you guys. Thank you so much.
love you,
Have a good
Diva.
weekend
Good
and
Thank
night.
talk
You
you.
soon.
too.
Good night.
Everybody, please go
Diva.
subscribe to my dear friend Chronicles of the Gray Hair Diva. Please go subscribe to her channel. Thank you, love. And Cat Mouse in the back, you can turn your camera if you want to now. I just needed to make sure you weren't a troll, darling, because we get them sometimes. All right, baby. We're gonna let her on up here. All right. Well, I guess I got a second win. Uh Lola, come on, sis. What you got?
I mean, I have to say we've had a pretty awesome conversation tonight, just going around and just talking about everything. I just want to thank you, Hart, for reminding us that we're not down and out, and that in our local elections we can still make a difference in a way that benefits
Absolutely.
us. I feel like sometimes we forget that,
Yeah.
and we just don't realize how important our local elections is. In a way, just because I'm a kind of glass half full kind of person, in a way, the silver lining I see in this is that more people now will look at to their local elections and maybe put more of an emphasis coming November to make sure
I
that they
agree.
elect who they got elect in, you know?
I agree. I agree.
Yep.
And not only for the local elections, but I want as a spiritual mother, I want to say this to y'all. People hear me talk about living in a higher dimensional realm. Like people hear me say that I change my reality. And I'm sure some of y'all probably are like, lady, you really nuts. And that's okay. But I really do change and alter my reality by my thoughts and by my energy and what I am putting in motion in my world. Am I saying that you're going to change you if you're pregnant today? Am I saying that's going to change you being pregnant? No, baby, I can't do that. But what I can say is this is we have choices on whether or not the energy we're putting out is at a low vibrational frequency of hate, of anger, of shame, of whatever the case may be, rage,
Right.
or we have the choice to create something at a higher vibrational frequency of love and wisdom and honor. And I just choose to vibrate at that higher frequency. Was I angry a little bit today? Yeah, I'm not. Trust me, I was and still am. But I'm choosing to override that so that I can look from up here down and say, this is how we can help our people and what we have to do. And as the leaders of we're the true leaders. Anybody that's sitting up there and a talking head on a news channel or even their own little YouTube situation or whatever, or their YouTube, I'm not belittling nobody. But if all you doing here is talking, I don't got no time for you, man. Because I've watched some of these very same people that all they do is talk, right? I watch some of these very same people that talk, and then we have young men on the East Coast that are creating schools to teach young men trades and also teach them how to do things like manage their money and be responsible men. We have people like Roland, what's his face, degrading and downing them.
Roland Martin.
Absolutely. Trying to embarrass the young man instead of uplifting the young man.
Right.
Well,
I don't
because
have
it's
time
easy
for
to complain. It's easier to complain than to actually pick up something and do something.
And it's easier because this person may or may not have the same political points of view. So you're quick to deride somebody else because of what their voting preferences may or may not be, instead of looking at what they've produced from their hand. Because, Mr. Martin, you've not produced shit. Okay, moving right along. See, I'm back to cussing again, y'all. I'm back to cussing.
Just blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol.
That's what we're gonna blame it on. We're gonna blame it on. Levon, can I have you come back, and then we're gonna go to Corey, and we're gonna keep going back and forth. Oh, Levon, and then we're gonna bring in Cat Mouse. My fault. And then we'll bring in Corey. Thank you, sis, for being here. I apologize. Levon, please.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for having me here, and thank everybody. This was an amazing conversation. I kind of need to have it because I was so upset this morning. First of all, to end and have my final thought is I just want to remind everybody of the potential dangers of passing regulations like this. If somebody wants to have an abortion, they're going to have it, whether they, throw themselves down the stairs or stop eating. You cannot force somebody to do anything with their bodies. If they, like I said, even if they want to stop eating, how are you going to prove that in law? People are going to do what they want to do regardless, and then it's going to become a situation where you can't really prove it. I've had friends and family who have been safe, use protection, have been, have used pills and have still gotten pregnant. How are we going to regulate this? This doesn't make any sense. It's going to cause a lot more problems than we think. And secondly, I just want to emphasize the importance of the power of choice. Again, my mother had me when she was 16 years old, and she chose to do that, and she was very stigmatized at the time, kicked out of her school, shunned by family, was told, that she shouldn't have had me. So the Levon Gittins talking right now could have not have existed at all. But again, she chose to do that. And I'm sorry Diva is not here, but what she was speaking on is 100% true. I have the memories of my mom, not being able to afford or have the time to, put me in preschool. So I had to go to college with her because, we couldn't be in daycare. And I want to dedicate this last statement to my mother and how much respect and love I have for her for choosing to go through that, because that's her choice. She decided to go to school and bring me to her college courses, and that's why I'm a writer today, because to keep me calm in college, she said, Levon, write down whatever the teachers say, and when we get home, we'll go over the notes, and if your notes are better than mine, you get to stay up an extra hour. And now, as I'm older, I wrote 4 books. She did a very good job at raising her kids, but I remember the days of her coming home, having to study and cry, and it was hard for her. So you cannot force that on anybody, and that was her choice.
Yes.
And you cannot, and again, I love and will always have the respect for her for choosing to have me and loving me enough to make that decision. She sacrificed her life for me. You cannot force that on every person. My father wasn't there. And no, my mother wasn't, someone who was ratchet or had me at 16. It was a very specific situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, she wasn't a bad kid. It just happened. So, whatever. But my whole point of saying that is she did not get any help. As a matter of fact, society sort of shunned her, and she had to work very hard. A lot of women who were her friends, got mad at her, and she ended up, I saw it all. She got shunned and wasn't getting paid a lot, and that's why I brought up the pay issue, because
Mm-hmm.
she had a hard time making money and had to take on several jobs just
Mm-hmm.
to support me and my sister. And she ended up, having to make toys for us out of paper and stuff like that. She was a very good mother, but she had to work very hard because she wasn't supported, and she couldn't. The money she was making was not the same as her peers.
Yeah.
So that's why I said, that's where we need to start. I
Yeah.
feel like she was in honors classes. She would have had a better opportunity if maybe she was making enough money. So I feel like if where we need to start is just banding together, and like you said, a hearts of inspiration. Yeah, we start from the beginning, and we help each other out and just band together and give each other these opportunities where we are getting paid all equally if we can't get the opportunities anywhere else.
Absolutely.
And that's all I have to say on that. And thank you
Thank
for
you.
having me here.
Thank
I
you.
Oh my God, thank you so much. You made me cry. You
I
made me
almost
cry.
cried
Just want you
talking
to
about
know.
this.
No, 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 no. It's not bad. It's because I understand. My mom was the same way.
My mom tried
She
so hard. Sorry.
No, no, it's okay. I'm sorry. It's just I understand what you're talking about because it's like I don't
Make
think
sure that
people really understand. We have made it so that people keep their pain in silence. They don't talk because they don't want to be judged or made to feel like they less because they are not at a particular place in their life. And the reason why we have so many scammers coming in talking about they're gonna do this and that and this and that, and people willing to get their money. But when somebody out here struggling, trying to hustle, these women, these children, single fathers, I'm like, where y'all at? Speak up. Because we know it's hard for y'all too. So many, many blessings to you. I understand. And thank you for sharing your story.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And have you published any of your books yet? I think the last time we spoke, you had, or we were in each other's presence. I don't believe you had published them, or you were looking to.
Oh, I published 4.
You have published them all.
Thank you to my mama. She made me a writer. She had me in them classes, and she said, "You write down everything that teacher says."
That is
And I
wonderful.
did. And that, I was taking college courses in when I was 5 years old, sitting in them classes. She said, "Be quiet and write down everything that teacher says." And she made it
Wow.
into a game. So I thank God for my mama. And now I'm a grown man, and I make my livelihood. I'm a writer now. So I appreciate
Wow.
everything she did for me. Like, my job is
Awesome.
a writer.
Awesome. Well, you now okay, now it's because it's been a few months since I've seen you last.
I know.
Uh
I'm happy to be here. I've been
so
following you though. I have been.
thank you.
Because I work off full time, but I catch you on the replay.
Thank you. I want to be sure that we're supporting you, right, as well. So, I know that we have your social media link, I believe. So, but I'm gonna reach out to you because I want to be sure that we're supporting you and being sure that whatever we can do in assistance on getting your books noticed and even more so, and you supported. I'm all about that. That's what we
Thank
need to
you.
be here to do, right? Support one another. And let's have our Black Renaissance.
Amen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's much appreciated.
You're very welcome. And thank you, Melinda, for putting Levant's Library and all of these, everyone that was here that has, that is a creator or has a creative, has some sort of platform. I will, as soon as YouTube lets me, I will put this into the description so that you guys will have access to that, their information, okay? Because we want to be sure to make sure everybody gets access to them. Cat Mouse, it just joined us. So
Hi.
please, welcome to the
Hi,
panel.
hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi. So I just wanted to jump on here and give my can you hear me? Are you guys able to hear?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I don't know. I see this as kind of a, I don't know. It's I hate to say it, I don't know. This is the worst day and this may be the best day in the sense that um the worst day as far as Black women, and this will affect Black women the worst. They say when white America catches the cold, Black America catches the flu. So white women will be affected, but Black women will be hit the hardest.
Yeah.
Because we already have the highest, I think, mortality rate when it comes to pregnancy. A lot of us don't make it out of the labor and delivery alive. Our children, too many of our children are raised in impoverished environments and go to horrible schools. So this is going to hurt us the worst. The reason why I think this may be the best day is because now I think I can only speak to Black women. I'm a Black woman. I can only speak about Black women. I think this has to mean for Black women, has to tell us and teach us that us as Black women, we have to protect our wombs. And I'm not talking about in situations where sex is forced upon us, or us and we're in a situation where we can't control our environment and control what happens to us. But in outside of those situations and those circumstances, we must protect our wounds. There are certain things that we can control, and we must protect our wounds. So there's while there's still access to things like contraception, which Justice Clarence Thomas, he's talking about getting rid of that. But while contraception is still available, um, make sure that we're utilizing as many tools that we can, and selectively mate, meaning that stop allowing men, and we know who these men are, who offer nothing, who have no resources, no ownership, no power to change your life. Stop allowing these men into your homes, and stop allowing them access to your bodies and to your womb. So I think us as Black women, we have to be now a little bit more smarter about who we allow access to us and to our bodies. A lot of us are raised in single parent households, single parents, meaning that our mothers did everything, our Black mothers did everything, and our Black fathers did nothing, right? A lot of us are raised that way. So me, myself, I was raised by a single mother. My mother took care of us, me and my brothers, to the best of her abilities, while my father contributed nothing. My Black father contributed nothing. And so that taught me to have power and control over my womb. And by the time I graduated high school, I graduated high school, entered college. I graduated college, and I had a Black boyfriend who tried his damnedest to get me pregnant. And he tried everything under the sun. He tried to sweet talk me into unprotected sex. And I thank the teachings of my mother who taught me to protect your womb, because these boys will try to clip your damn wings. Especially they try to clip the wings of young Black girls who they know that are going places, that who are know that they have a future. They will try to clip your wings. So understanding that and taking her advice to heart, I've always protected my wound, and I'm 30 something years old, about to be 40 in the next year or so, and I've always been proud of myself for not falling for the okey doke of men, and so this could be a blessing and a curse in disguise, in the sense that we just need to be more careful and more in protection of our wound. And as far as, and also one of the, and I've, excuse me if I don't know your name, I apologize, but earlier I jumped in when there was this discussion about community and building the Black community, and about food deserts and stuff like that, and rebuilding the Black community. My thing is this, is that for me, the Black community will be rebuilt when Black men start rebuilding. Someone, and again, excuse me if I don't recall your name, but you mentioned something about you're willing to get your hands dirty and help out and build up the community and stuff like that. I'm personally not willing to get my hands dirty. They're really pretty and manicured and stuff, so I'm not willing. I'm just not. To me, as I'm not. I'm not. That's not my ministry. I'm not getting my hands dirty to help build anything. In my eyes, I didn't mess up the Black community, and I don't feel the need to rebuild anything until Black men become leaders and actually step into manhood, become men. That's when the Black community will be rebuild, in my opinion. That's when it's going to be rebuilt. That's when it's going to be safe for Black women and Black children, and you will see Black women and Black children thriving. Until that day comes, and we talk about there's not a lot of, there's food deserts and not a lot of healthy options and stuff like that. Well, we can blame it on white supremacy. We can blame it on these things, but we also have to lay blame on Black men for not creating the environment where businesses and stuff like that can come in and build groceries and grocery stores and all these different commerce that other communities have. So yeah, I don't mean to sound like I'm rambling or going on a tangent, but I'm not really down, so to speak, for rebuilding a community that I know that us as Black women and Black children did not help destroy. So if you guys want to go on and get your hands dirty and build and God bless you, my hat's off to you, but I don't have the time nor the energy to I sort of kind of divested myself from the Black community a long time ago. And so until I feel that the Black community is safe to re-enter, and it only becomes safe and hospitable for Black women and Black children until Black men take the leadership and create an environment for us to flourish and yeah, so yeah.
I think, sis, that it takes I honor what you're saying, and I hear you.
Yeah.
And I hear your pain.
Yeah.
I hear the reason behind it is the pain.
Right.
And I'm not denying that or invalidating that at all, because it's very real.
Yeah.
Could I respond, if that's okay, after you speak, Heart? I just wanted to
Yeah.
respond to the part.
Absolutely, because I want you to, because I
Okay.
want you to. I will say this though. Now, I grew up, my father was in my life. I'm not going to say it was the best thing in the world, but he was. I'm going to say this, that if we continue to say we're going to wait on somebody else to do something, it will never get done.
Okay.
Our historical, our DNA, whether you're actually from the continent or from here indigenously, and we will have that discussion another day. I keep dropping that the majority of the slaves were actually from here, and they were just dark indigenous people.
Right.
It is physically and mechanically impossible for that many Africans to have been brought across the ocean at that time, and there is no slave ship to prove it. When y'all find one, I want y'all to come. I want you to let me know where it's at.
That part.
I want y'all to let me know where it's at, because I'm gonna come see it. Now, anyway, but our culture is one of balance between masculine and feminine. That's our culture. And in fact, women chose the leaders in our culture. Okay. So the renaissance of our culture will then, in fact, assist those men that wish to come along for that ride. Whichever ones don't, that's your business. I don't have time for you. Now, I can help, because there's a lot of toxic masculinity and things like that that we can assist with, right? But I can no longer wait on some group of men to decide that they're going to do whatever, nor am I going to sit around submitting to you anyway. So there's no point. I'll work with you, but I ain't submitting to you, and you could take that however you feel like. I don't give a good gut darn. So my thing is this. I hear what you're saying. If we, as the women, as the birthers, as the portal, as the mothers, if we abandon ship, all is completely lost, because it will not ever get corrected on the sea. I'm gonna let SJ go ahead on, baby chocolate earth.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
You can call me SJ. You can call me Chocolate Earth. And I'm sorry, yours was Cookie. Is that it? I want to make sure I got your name right.
Cat Mouse.
Cat Mouse.
Cat Mouse.
All
Yes.
right. Yes, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I wanted to respond, not because I am offended by anything that you said. I want to clarify something for you. And it's to Heart's point. When I talk about, I've always, I guess you could, if I was to put myself in a box, here you go. I grew up being a tomboy. My father wanted a son, and he got me. So unfortunately, my father truly walked out of my life at about 11 years old. The only man that I knew that took care of his responsibilities, his family, went to work every day, that was my grandfather. And I was thankful to see that we lived with them. So I was happy to see that all men are not the same. But unfortunately, again, I am what's considered a masculine woman, so to speak. When I love history, and history tells me that we are a matriarchal community. If I am a giver of life and I'm able to create, then it doesn't matter what's between my legs, because it's the ability to want and the desire to do it. We have to get our hands dirty, because no one is protecting our young girls and our women. We're still dealing with a whole bunch of other stuff. And for me, when I say I want to put my hands in the earth, I truly mean it. I want to use the soil to create, because if I'm growing food, that's opportunities for someone else. If I'm building a community, and when I talk about building a community, I don't know if anybody here has heard of earth building before. Anybody heard of that before?
Yes.
Thank you. They have, when I started studying this, I didn't know anything about this. There was a East Indian gentleman who was hired to work for NASA. He was asked to come up with a way or building materials that we could build on Mars or wherever they were trying to go. Well, once he brought it to him, he said, "It's not nothing new. This is what the Egyptians did. This is what pretty much everyone coming from Africa had an idea of how to build a home for their families. We used to do the same here." Now we might have made it out of wood, but we still built our own homes. We ran our own land. Now we know there's other parts to that. But the reason I even bring that up about the earth building is the fact that you can still do that to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And a building built like that will last 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
The Aztecs built their own society. Those were brown folk. And it was women and men both. The natives and the indigenous people here. We built our own. It's not to, like, you can learn how to be a plumber. And to the point earlier, Hartu has said, we could build a school where children and young people, or just a person trying to change their life, can learn a trade.
Yep.
Uh-huh. No, I'm not. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. That's okay. I'm gonna finish it up. That's what I mean when I say I'm trying to get my hands dirty, because I personally, I went to college. I was in the corporate world. I did all of that, but that's not me. I'm a creator. I want to plant a seed and watch something grow. I want to make opportunities for other people, because I know what it's like to walk in this world alone. But I also know what it's like for people to be right behind you, or next to you. I understand where you coming from, sweetheart. Believe me, because if my father was the only example I had, I probably would have went to the other side. I'm just saying. But truth be told is that it is upon us as women. We have to take control. We've been allowing our men, we've given them more than enough time.
Yeah.
What's left? How much more time do they need? And they're not thinking about building. I have let's just say about the YouTube space.
Yeah.
Just being on here, going to different panels with Black men talking. They're not talking about that.
Right.
They ignore my questions when I ask.
Right.
Their thought process at this point is, how much money can I make? NFTs, stocks, and bonds. But what you don't understand, sir, is if this all crumbles, so does your money. It means nothing. If all the electricity grid go out, we saw what happened to Texas. You think that can't happen to all of us?
Absolutely.
And now I want to take that, whatever has put me on this journey, if the creator done pushed me to this way, and ever since I decided and just gave it up and said, this is what I'm going to do, doors have continued to open. Yeah, it's been a struggle. Yes, I'm called crazy, but I'll be that, because I want to see something flourish for my people. Now, you ain't going to get all the Black folks on. I know that, because there's a lot of allies who are in the same situation. But if we do not take control of this now, we're missing the opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's all.
I guess my thing is that it's always on us. It's always on us as Black women to solve problems that we didn't create. And I guess I speak out of disappointment that Black men and let me be specific, Black men, Black cis hetero Black men, really, and actually we can throw in, I don't know, the LGBT, and maybe that's a separate issue, I don't know, but it's always Black women having to, I mean, if the solution is Black women having to come together, us as women, and build our own little society, our own little community, yeah, how sad. I don't know, how sad.
But
because
you know what?
because that to me means,
but you know what? It will bring those men. See, the one thing we don't talk about is there are many men out here who are our allies. But when you have a group of
Black
people,
men?
yes,
Absolutely.
yes, honey, let me tell you,
Absolutely.
I personally have met some beautiful Black men, so beautiful souls. But
Cis
just
hetero
like,
Black men?
yes, baby, they exist. And here's another thing too. When my mother passed along, my brother is the youngest of all of us. So now I took on that responsibility. And I say that not to give myself any kudos. What I was talking about the other night was to a panel of Black men was, where do I take my brother to meet a man that's on the right thing? That ain't about, you need to submit to me. Women, we can have a world without women. You're following these type of people. This rhetoric just is not on YouTube. This rhetoric has been around forever. There are plenty of black men out here who are our allies that are straight, but they have to fight against their patriarchy within their situation. Black women can be a little more giving when it comes to ideas and so on and so forth. If you asking a man to build something, I dated a man one time, he didn't even know how to change a tire.
Child, you
We
better talk about it.
we broke up. I just want you to know.
But I
So
think that,
Yeah. Lavon, go
good
ahead,
for you.
baby.
Like as a black man, as well as a gay black man, I what I see is I feel like we have eh, we have to take the pressure off of black women a lot, because I feel like black women have had a lot of pressure for a while to be sort of superheroes. And yes,
Right.
they've been superheroes, but so much pressure has been put on, the black women and women in general. Like here we have right now, oh, it's a woman's responsibility to take care of a child, when it takes two to
Right.
have a child. So how can it be one person's responsibility when it takes two to even conceive and have a child? And
well, you look at that look at the blueprint that was given to us. Our counterparts believe in that too. That's where we got our gender roles. It wasn't like we knew when we got here.
Right.
And for
And
those
those were
of us
forced
who had
upon
to
us.
assimilate, right, we've had to assimilate because one thing that was said, and I'm sorry, sir, I'm gonna jump down after this. One thing that was said, and I want to kind of hit on that. We talk about slavery in certain contexts. But when you say that it's always on the woman, you're absolutely correct. Because to Hart's point earlier, they wasn't shipping nobody here no more. They were breeding us. They were breeding us with whomever they could. That's where you get the word buck from. And when you put that in place, men were used to breed more slaves through us. And a lot of women would unalive their children.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want them raised that way. I know there's disappointment. I know, yes, black men straight black men have been a disappointment for a long time. And I will not take anything from that. But it's just like anything else. If you have people who are looking for somewhere to go, looking to be an ally, and there's nowhere for them to go, then how do we find them? They are out here. And yes, we might be the ones to do it. And I had to tell myself the truth. Shakira, I'm sorry, that's my first name. You gonna have to do this on your own at first. Because if I don't believe in it, no one else will.
No one else will.
But it is the truth. It is the truth. I understand completely, but we come from a lineage and ancestors of warriors, ladies. There is warrior blood in our body. Exactly. Female queens, female pharaohs, Hatshepsut. If you want to learn the history of what we really are as women, we are creators of life. That means we could create pretty much anything you want.
Absolutely.
Right.
Let me get off. But I understand, baby. I understand. I do.
Okay. I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer here, but yeah, I get you made some valid points. It's just, I guess where I'm coming from is I don't know, and maybe it's I understand that women, we can create and we can do anything and stuff like that. It's just that I guess, when are the men going to, and one of the men going to step, and I'm speaking black men, and specifically our cis hetero black men. Yes, there's some good black men out there, but the ain't shit ones are, the good ones are being outworked by the ain't shit ones. So just like there's good white people, the white supremacists are outworking the good white people. They out hustling and outworking the good white people. So the same is true for black men. The ain't shit black men are outworking and out hustling the good ones. So my thing is that the reason why Black women have to, we got to do this on our own is because the Black men are failing, and the good ones ain't enough of them either doing anything, or ain't enough of them to check the ain't shit Black men. There's not enough good ones to check, or maybe they are enough, but they're not saying nothing or not checking the ain't shit ones. Just like white supremacists are basically out here overworking overtime without pay and out hustling the good, so-called good white folk, the so-called good white people. So it's the same that is true when it comes to our Black men. So yes, I believe in all that.
I have to stop you. I'm so sorry, beloved.
Yes, as
I
well
have to stop.
to come together and do it in absence of Black men. Okay, fine, but to me, I find that to be a bit sad and depressing. If we've basically, Black men have come so far as being so ain't shit that we have to just leave them behind. And if we gotta leave them behind and leave, okay, I guess we gotta leave them behind. Because we already left them behind in terms of income and education. Black women are out earning Black men. Black women are out educating ourselves at a higher rate than Black men are. So I guess, if we got to just, at this point, they're the weakest link, drop them off at the freaking corner, and we just got to press on the gas and keep going into the sunset without them. If that's what it takes, I guess so. But I just find it so sad because,
Can I just interrupt you
there's
to
just
say that
such
I feel one
failures.
of the
But go
most
ahead.
educated in the
Yeah,
country?
we can't let that go. I can't. And
That's all.
Levon, I'm gonna let you talk. Just one sec. One
Oh,
more
that
sec.
was all.
I'm gonna speak from a spiritual standpoint here. There's such a thing as confirmation bias, beloveds. Everybody that's listening to me and that'll listen to me later on. There's such a thing as confirmation bias. You attract more of what you speak into the universe and how you feel. Now that's the law of attraction. That's the true law of attraction. People might not want to tell you that's the truth, but that's the truth. It is not opposites attract. It is like attracts like. I say that to say this. When I was in the space where I was like, niggas ain't shit, that's all I saw was ain't shit niggas. They were everywhere, under every rock, under every bush, behind every door. And there was also a lot of ain't shit Black people, ain't shit Black females too. Now I'm gonna tell y'all, because all of us ain't shit either. Some of us is really trash. That's all I saw, because that's all that my confirmation bias would allow me to see. I changed my confirmation bias and decided, when I shifted my polarity, that I was going to shift myself into places and spaces where people that were of a higher vibrational frequency existed. Then what I saw and who I surround myself and who I am with is on a different level. I see things differently, therefore I emit things differently, therefore what I receive back with my magnetic field is different. Does that other side over here still exist? Absolutely. But guess what? I don't see it. And because I don't see it, there's a double slit thing called a double slit experiment. I'm sure you know of it. And those that do not, go look it up, a double slit experiment. Basically, what it says is particles act as waves when they are not paid attention to, when you're not looking at them. And when you're looking at them, then they stop and they look like particles. This is the whole concept of quantum physics. I just gave it to you in 2 minutes or less. I stopped looking and I started vibrating over here and started seeing this here. So as I start to see this here, what begins to happen is more and more energies that are in that vibrational frequency come into my purview. And as that happens, we begin to vibrate all together at a higher frequency. What happens? There's going to be some that are down here that ain't vibrating. They're going to be like, God dang it, look at what they're doing over there. Now, there's going to be some that's going to remain ain't shit. I can't worry about that, though. Cause I can't worry about the bitter people, and I can't worry about the ain't shit people. All I can do, because it's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to be the best me and shine that light and be a call to that. Levant.
Right. Oh, no. I just wanted to hit on a point that was talked about before. When it comes to this whole, the black woman being, and ladies, please correct me, if you think I'm out of place, but the black woman being, the strong woman, and then the black man being, excuse my language, n words, and shit.
That's time, baby.
I took courses in college that talked about this, and when this was discussed, when we talked about this, we talked about how this relates to slavery, and
Yes.
how this related to slavery was when families were separated, how it was, uh, enslaved people were sort of bred like animals.
Absolutely.
Men have sex with this woman, and then you may never see her again. So
Yeah.
then the woman would have this baby, and then she would have the baby, and then it was, guess what? The day of your birth, you don't even get to relax, put the baby on your head, and get back to picking cotton, and you don't even get to see the man who you had sex with, who you don't even get to see the father, whether you were in love with him or not. You never get to see him again. So then you had to be the strong mother. You had no
Yep.
choice. You
Yes.
literally had no choice but to
Yes.
raise this child, because what else were you going to do? Your husband was, or your boyfriend, or your baby daddy, whoever that man was sold off into
Yes.
slavery, and you would never see him again.
Yes.
So you had no choice but to be the strong woman to take care of that child, because what else were you going to do? So that where that sort of came from, and that where that sort of attitude where, like, n words ain't shit, or like, that's where that sort of, like, that strong sort of attitude where I had to, be the person to take care of my children no matter what, that where that sort of persona started to come from. It was, well, and the reason why they kept the kids with the mother was because of the breastfeeding situation.
Yep.
So they had the kids with the mother, and then they just sold the father away, because the father could do more labor, and then they kept the kids with the mother.
And father more kids.
Exactly. And then the mother was just like for like breastfeeding and so on and so forth. And then they also, remember, the mother, the black mothers also breastfeeded the white mother's children.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They did stuff like that also. So
do we have to do that now, though, as Black women? Do we still have to be the strong, independent? I mean,
absolutely, we do, because it's in our DNA now. It's in our DNA now. This is the thing.
Exactly.
We gotta begin to heal the traumatic injuries and acknowledge that energy is still in our DNA. See, this is when our traditions and our spirituality was taken from us, we lost a lot, because we understand, if you really search deep down, you'll find that what I'm saying to you resonates, that somewhere in your past lineage, this energy exists. And until we can move and acknowledge it and begin to heal it, we will never truly overcome it. Now, part of our lineage as well is being that strong woman. Right? We're not the damsel in distress. That ain't us. We ain't Rapunzel up in the damn tower waiting for somebody to come get us. We ain't Sleeping Beauty laying down waiting for the Prince Charming to come kiss us. That ain't us.
Amen.
That ain't us.
That's not my mama.
Do we, but here's the thing though. The reason why it's not us, because in absence of a strong masculine man,
No, it ain't. I'm gonna stop you right there, baby. I don't mean to
no,
interrupt. The
okay,
reason why that ain't us because that ain't us. That's
okay,
over there. That's across the pond. That's they stuff that they like to tell. That's they myths.
okay,
I want you to look, I want you to know your Kemetic history, your Kemetic
okay,
spirituality. I want you to know your indigenous American indigenous people,
uh-huh,
that spirituality, because let me tell you something, the goddesses were stronger than the gods.
right,
That,
right.
I want you to I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to activate that. I'm trying to get you on that cellular. The goddesses. Do you understand
Uh-huh,
what I'm saying? And then there was a balance between masculine and feminine. There wasn't
sure,
this like weird, like if like a man could not be or a god could not be could be too feminine in nature, right?
sure.
Or a goddess could be too masculine in nature. It's a very balanced spiritual practice.
But thing is, why, if I have a man in my home, why would I then want to be a strong mass? If I have a man in my home,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm in I'm a cis hetero black
Okay, that's
woman,
fine.
and I'm
Yeah.
romantically linked to a
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
Okay, so why would I guess okay, I guess if your man is not that masculine, I guess you gotta, if he's not that strong masculine, he doesn't have that strong masculine energy, you have to take over that energy. And I know that women, we can be both masculine and feminine, men can be both masculine and feminine as
It's not that we
well.
can, we are.
I
Right.
think, and if you don't mind, I think what you're saying, and I want to understand. I was listening to you.
Uh-huh.
See, our construct, when we come here, we know, give it a scientific look at it. You come here, it's one or two sexes that come in.
Uh-huh.
Gender is now fluid. You can identify, you can feel the way you want to feel. There's still a struggle there. When we talk
Uh-huh.
about heterosexual relationships,
Uh-huh.
I'm not making any excuses for black men, so understand what I can get ready to say. When
Okay.
you study the if you just take a look now, look, I ain't even going to go in history. Let's look at our government, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How many black male governors are there?
Now,
Yes.
I don't think there's any.
How about
Is it
mayors?
Maryland?
Mayor is the closest. They've let
I
black
think
men be
they,
mayors.
yeah,
There's
right,
on,
right.
there's only one black. There's we gotta, of course, I'm not talking about the Democrats. I'm not talking about in any that
Uh-huh.
capacity.
Yeah.
I'm saying people of color who
Uh-huh.
represent our interest. And
Uh-huh.
we are now why we have to take back our ability, because we are human beings and that's my right. Then
Uh-huh.
everything we live in is a construct. Masculinity is a construct. I
Right.
don't even think men know what masculinity means because it's been so
Well,
twisted into believing it's two things: their wallets and what's between their legs.
because
Yes,
black boys are not growing up in homes with black, strong, healthy, masculine. But I'm not talking about
so
toxic
Nope,
how?
masculinity.
nope,
But
nope. The
So,
white folks are
but
doing the
that's
same thing, sis. It's the
exactly.
construct. It's the
It is a
construct.
construct. When you have men, like say for instance, when we're talking about now they want to come after the LGBTQ plus community, right?
uh-huh,
Why do they want to come after it? Why is there a problem? These are,
uh-huh,
how is it stopping you? It has nothing to do with that. It is a sense of power. If I tell you what your role is,
uh-huh,
you will take it. It's just like teaching a child something. We all learned what being a girl, being a woman was from
uh-huh,
what we saw our mothers do, television, going to
mm,
church, whether you were Jehovah Witness, whether you was Christian, whether you were Catholic, however. All of these
mm,
constructs have constructed what we look at as masculinity. And when you ask a man to define it, It is just the outward things.
Mm-hmm.
You should be
Well,
able to have that balance with your mate. Sometimes there are going to be things that he won't be able to do. And then sometimes there are things that I'm not going to be able to do. But does it have anything to do with whether I'm weak or strong? No, it is a conversation that is not being had. And
I
if
think
you look at what's on the necks of the black men who do want to rise to power, the only thing, the richest ones in our community are what? Entertainers.
okay.
Ain't
Right.
nobody building anything. Ain't no schools for young
Right.
boys. We're not sharing that information. All we look at is, oh, I want to be like this. I want to be this. I want to make money like Bill Gates. I want to do blah, blah, blah. But they don't realize that there were things in place and resources in place that you're not going to be privy to. So now our children are suffering. And so it is time for us. We cannot wait on them anymore. We just can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And okay. I agree. We can't wait on them because they're just basically failures at this point. I get that.
I'm not gonna let you say that, sis.
Are they, no, they're not.
I'm gonna hit you every time. How about
Yeah,
that? Because
that's
Okay.
not what I'm saying.
I can't let
No,
that keep getting
They just
spoken
have
they're
over.
winning. Where are they winning? Where are black men winning?
they're not failures. It's just they haven't
No,
gotten the concept yet. And whenever that time comes,
they're slow. Okay, they're slow.
No, I
they
raised my son. He is a single parent. Well, they're about to get married, but he has full custody and placement of his eldest child. He is with his second baby's mother. So all black men are not failing. All
No, no,
black
no.
men are not
It's
all
okay.
black men are not failing. All black men are not slow. I'm not going to allow us to continue to speak that over them. Now, is there a thing that we have to, there's a lag or whatever you want to say. There's a learning curve. Absolutely. But what works in your relationship for you, you're allowed to say whatever it is works in your relationship. You and your man can decide what your roles are. That's the beauty of it. That's the
Right, but
beauty of it. But we got
I
it. I will get on a black man's behind in a second. Y'all have heard me, some of y'all in other panels. There's no love lost here, but I'm also not gonna. I cannot allow us to continue because words are spells and they have power.
Yeah,
But the
That's all
thing
I'm trying to.
is that here's the thing is it's not so much and again individually. I'm not talking about anybody on the panels. Your individual son, brother, father, grandfather, cousin. I'm just talking as a collective. The numbers don't lie. As a collective, you look at the data, you look at the data. You could ask to pick up a black woman off the street corner and she'll tell the same story usually about the black men in their lives. So if all of us are having these experiences with black men in absence of your own individual, I understand your son or your father or your grandfather, your brother, whatever. I'm just talking as a collective, as a whole. When you compare them, black men to other groups of men, not
right.
compare them to women. When you compare them to other races of men, they are at the bottom. And so that's why you guys are all talking about we have to come as women and start doing our own thing and leaving them behind because they are failing as a collective group.
No, I wouldn't say they are failing.
Where are they winning?
it's
I
about
have to
No,
disagree
it's not
because
that they're.
Where are they winning?
it's
women
about
had
They are.
to. What about the suffrage movement? What
it's
about
about
the suffrage
buying
movement?
the
We have been
balance.
taking
We got
control.
too many.
Oh,
Whoa,
I'm so
whoa, whoa,
sorry.
whoa.
Excuse me.
That's okay. So Melinda hasn't jumped in yet. LRGA. So let Melinda jump in and LRGA as well. Melinda, please go ahead.
Well, I just believe it's just finding the equal balance between divine and masculine perspective because you're saying black men are at the bottom. Well, I believe is probably because they're taught to not balance the divine masculine and divine feminine nature, how they can show their emotion and how it could get blocked because they're just too they're too feminine. or they have too much aggression and is too masculine. I just believe as a collective, as an individual basis, and also as a whole, it just finding that balance between divine masculine energy and divine feminine energy.
They don't
Because
know better.
Why
well,
are you so angry at black men?
whenever you balance those energies out, you'll be able to be logical when it's necessary and be emotional when it's necessary. But when those
Okay.
energies are imbalanced, then of course you're going to get some erratic behavior all across the board, whether it's young or old, or rich or
Uh-huh.
poor, or black and white. I mean, it's just simple as that. That's how I see
Right.
it.
All right. Okay.
LRGA, go ahead, baby.
Here I am. Yeah. So my kids were running in and out, they come in and do flips on the bed, and I'm like, I'm in a live. So I was on mute. So I was a little laggy there. But
You're okay.
I appreciate a good bring it home. I was saying in the private chat that this has been cathartic. I
Mhm.
needed this. Like my mind needed to get all of these thoughts and hear all of these other POVs on this subject. You know what I mean? And I
Mhm.
really appreciated the robust conversation that we're having here on
Mhm.
Heart of Inspiration. And I am inspired. Okay. So, what I don't really understand though, I mean, the kids were doing somersaults on the bed. I'm not sure how we came to start blaming black men and black men being failures from Roe v. Wade. Are we doing that thing where we find the nearest black man and blame him? I mean, are we still on Roe v. Wade, or are we shifting
I
completely?
think it shifted, but I'm trying to shift it back because the black man discussion is a whole discussion we probably should have. Not 4 hours in and 3/4 of my mega pint. Um,
Because I have more thoughts on Roe v. Wade, but if we are shifting,
Not
I
the mega pint.
have to, we have to
I'm so
slow.
sorry. I'm so
shout out to Johnny.
I
We
mean, well, black men is involved with Roe v. Wade, seeing how a black man on the Supreme Court was wrote the opinion to overturn Roe
he
v.
did not.
Wade.
Justice Alito
Oh,
wrote the opinion to overturn it.
he did. A coconut did vote to.
Coconut.
And did the black man on the Supreme Court vote with the coke? Well, he will.
He is
Well,
the coconut.
Okay, we're
okay,
not going to
he
do
is the
that.
coconut. Okay,
That we're not going to do. I'm not going
okay,
to allow. I hear you, but
okay.
I want us to actually. That's not going to help. So Alito wrote the opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas wrote a supplementary to it,
Mm-hmm.
and then said the next thing he has in his crosshairs is contraception and LGBTQIA plus
Yeah.
bedroom activities. Now,
Right.
that man gonna have a lot to pay for because you cannot. Now, just not going to disparage him just because I just believe in keeping people. I do try to respect. But that you're going a little far, a lot of far. Okay, and but however, to cat mouse to your point though, that's a black man that has risen all the way to the Supreme Court justice
Right.
position. So he's not, how has he lost?
Oh.
Right? So we
Mm.
can't have it all ways, is
You're
what
talking
I'm
about
saying.
one, right? But you're talking about one particular. I guess no, but Clarence Thomas actually proves my point. It doesn't disprove my point. He actually
How?
proves it.
How?
How he proves my point?
Yeah.
Well, he proves my point about how black men feel about the black community and how they feel in particular about black women. So he kind of reinforces my point, but go
He
ahead.
doesn't, I don't think this is a black woman issue for him. This is his conservative view issue. The fact that
No.
it will affect black women more so is one thing.
Right.
But by every standard that you've laid out so far for Black men, not educated, not having a good job, not doing this, not doing that. He
When you
is
compare,
a Supreme
right,
Court justice,
right, right, the
highly
unicorn,
educated, rose
right.
to the highest court of the land.
One person versus the collective, though. I'm talking the collective of Black men when you
So
compare them to other races of men.
so
The
then
numbers don't lie.
why can't we? That's what I think is where it's being missed. And to your point, if that is the case and that is how you feel, and I know there's a lot of women who feel the same way, but here's what we have to do. We have to step up. We've always been there. Now we got to go a little further. We've educated ourselves. We've done these different things, but it is not enough for our community. I'm not talking about Black men. I'm talking about what's going to be left for my nephews. What's going to be left for other. I can't worry about the ones who done already went down the slide and decided this is where they going to be. This is where we point of and 20, and I hope I'm getting it.
Yes, ma'am.
If you understand that there is a problem, there's enough of them, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You feel me? Then fine. So why would it be an issue then for women to step up, Black women to step up and go, listen, we just gonna build our own community, and those who we deem can be a part of it and has the same thought process, and that goes from women and men both, because see, you can't have men say that it's men when they were raised by men and women. So we don't have a blueprint to this. This is why I'm saying it's all structural. It is all made up. We were told what to do and how to be. But when you study other cultures, they don't have a problem with that. But also, we also have to take into consideration our culture is made up of religious, political, environmental, and natural things. That's all we got. So if we are talking about in that regard, and Clarence Thomas, and there's so many others before him, Tim Scott, all of them, but it doesn't matter because that agenda is theirs. Our agenda now needs to be what is going on, which is then if we have a problem with this generation of men and the men that came before that, then let's put things in place so that the next generation of men won't repeat it. And for us to do that, we're going to have our own communities. That's it.
But a community with black women to teach Black men how to be men in absence of other Black men.
Nobody said that.
You're going to have men that want to be involved. You are. I mean, it's just like with these rights. I don't care what your sexual orientation is, but there have been Black men who have spoken up on behalf of us across all of the social media. There are plenty of Black men that are allies, but there's not enough of them coming together on their side. So if we are the ones to come together, those people are going to gravitate to us. It's just like Hart said, the law of attraction. Before I met her, I had people ridicule me and tell me I was crazy and that'll never happen and how we gonna grow our own food. It was insanity to me that we have completely forgotten that the earth will provide you anything you need if you try.
Yes.
We have gotten comfortable with the wages and the houses and the cars and so on and so forth. There's no car company owned by Black people, male or female. So it's like we don't have a foundation. So we have to build a foundation to be able to bring that in, as far as the different types of Black men who are out here all over this country who are our allies, but where do they go? They can't go to the manosphere and say that. They can't get online and say that they're for women because you got Black men coming for their neck. So we can't have it both ways.
But here's the thing, though. I don't know. You describe these men as if they are so helpless. I mean, you talk about damsel in distress. You
No,
describe
no,
them
no,
as
no,
if
no,
there
no,
is
no, no.
damsel in distress.
That's not what I'm saying. That let me understand. Let
Okay,
me
okay,
explain. That's not what I'm
okay.
saying. What I'm talking about is this. Just like in the conversation we're having now, that is a ongoing situation that we're going to have probably to the end of time. Our society is what it is because it was built upon these particular things of power and control. So
Mm-hmm.
if you feel that you're being controlled and you
Mm-hmm.
feel that, oh, well, like Hart said earlier, I'm not coddling anybody. I'm not damsel in distress anyone. These people
Mm-hmm.
are a part of my community. I
Mm-hmm.
cannot negate the fact that even though we may be talking about the men that are standing now, there are boys coming behind them. And no, I'm not saying women should teach men or young boys how to be men. But if you teach them how to be human, meaning if you teach them that there are emotions that you will have, that you do not have control, only the control you own is how you react to life.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where we put that down. And we're going to have to see what they're going to do. But I'm not going to wait on it because there are
Mm-hmm.
plenty of people out here who need assistance. There are
Mm-hmm.
plenty of single fathers who need assistance, but there's nothing. Men haven't set that up as a
Mm-hmm.
collective. So
Okay.
I'm
Right.
still,
Exactly.
I'm exactly. So what's wrong with us doing it? I'm not talking about it for them not to do any work. What I'm saying is, how long do we wait?
Well, I guess I hear that. Yes. How long do we have to wait? Because they're not doing anything as a collective. As a collective, they're not doing anything. They're not creating, environments, safe environments for the women and the children to prosper in.
How
I guess.
what races? Can you give me an example of how, let's say, a Caucasian, a Chinese, Russian, any other race? How are
Mhm.
their men showing up in the way that you're saying Black men are feeling? How are they showing up?
How are they showing up?
Yeah, what's it look like?
They're first of all, they're graduating high school and moving on to higher education. Are they not?
Not all of them. I know plenty of white folks. I live amongst white folks.
Okay, okay. As a
I'm
collective,
talking
they
about as
are.
a collective in rural white America where I live
Uh-huh.
by choice as a collective. None of these people got a college education. Not on nail one. Not a
As a
one of them.
collective. Okay, so are you telling me that Black men, when you compare them to other races of men, so which race of men is the most educated compared to?
What I'm saying
I'm
to you
just
is I don't compare Black men or Black women to anyone else anymore. I
no, that's the
don't
problem.
care. No, it's not the problem.
Yeah, it
No,
is
it is
really.
not the problem. I'll tell you why it's not the problem. Because if I start playing the comparison game with them, then I'm going to sit here and fall into their categories: marginalized, oppressed, da da da, da da da, da da da. And they're going to put those labels on me. Why? Because they want to put those labels on me. They want to put that label on me. They want to put that label on you. They want to put that label on every Black man. They want to
So
put
how do
that
we
label
hold them
to,
accountable as a
to
collective?
divide us, and they're doing a very good job. So instead, I refuse to allow anyone to label me as marginalized, oppressed, or anything such. I am an empowered woman that
Okay.
creates her own reality, that does what
Uh-huh.
needs to be done and lives according to my purpose. That's
Okay.
how I and live according to my empowerment. I'm not
Uh-huh.
giving my power away
Okay.
anymore. So I choose not to compare. The moment you stop comparing, you stop living in the duality trap and you can come up and see what's going on. And then you can
Okay.
raise yourself. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me because let me tell you something. The education, I have sat here and tried to work with people where the education about 4 or 5 years ago, 50% of Black children, not just boys, girls as well, Less than 50% of Black children in the city of Madison, Wisconsin were graduating from high school. Those that did, less than half of those could read at an 8th grade level or above, yet they were just passing them. When I go and I say to the educated ones, men and women, why don't we create our own schools? Do you know what I'm told? You must be a Republican, so now you got to go. Because
yes,
that's
yes.
the truth. That's the God's honest truth. You must be Republican because you actually want to build something on your own. And you don't want to wait on a Democrat to give something to you. Yeah, I went political, but I'm telling you my experience. Too bad. So anyway, so I said at that moment in time, all you all want to sit here and do as the educated group is sit here and placate and lie to the people that need your help the most, and then want to blame them for their lack thereof, instead of creating, and this is men and women, instead of creating the space for these young people to learn and then making it available for them. My point is this. I said this earlier, if we, maybe I said it somewhere else, if we as a talented 10th, so to speak, if we as the talented, educated, whatever, we look down on and continue to look down our nose, there's nothing, there's no hope, right? I'm not looking down down my nose. I'm not comparing, because honestly, there is no comparison, because of how the structure of the society is, it is designed to do something different or hold us back. It is designed to do that. I'm not looking to your structure no more. I don't care about your structure. Now I'm coming in and I choose chaos. So I'm going to create some chaos and I'm going to get my people out. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to down them on a collective basis. That's what I'm not.
Okay, you don't have to down them. This reason why I bring it up is that as a collective, the numbers and the data don't lie. So you don't have to. It's not about downing them. It's actually looking at the numbers and seeing the reality. And I think a lot of us, it seems like on this panel, don't want to face the reality of Black men as a collective and how much they have failed the Black community and Black women and children at large. We can blame it. We now blame it on white supremacists and da-da-da-da,
I'm not blaming
400 years of slavery and da-da-da-da.
I'm telling you the reality.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the reality.
nobody is blaming or delusional to the fact of what our community is. That's why we're having this conversation now. So I think that what at this point should be solution driven. That's the problem. We've been trying to figure out, well, why this and why that? Well, I ain't nobody got time for that no more. That's why I said earlier, how long do we wait? I completely respect your opinion. Okay. I want you to understand that, because the world is made up of all kinds. But the truth be told, and as Hart said, and as reality, is that the reality is we are running out of time. And if we don't pay attention, a lot of our rights will be taken. And that's where we have to come together as we have to become a different collective. Now, I know a lot of people don't like the animal comparison, but I don't care about to throw that out there. If a lioness has her children, she not really caring what the lion is gonna do.
Nope.
It's about my babies now. She has to go, because usually the majority of the time there are groups of people who grow like gorillas. They are a community. Everyone raises everyone. But do they have conflict? Yes. We're no different, except that we have choice. And if we've been going down this road since the 70s as to why this and why that, where our men and women and children are concerned. Now it is time. It's like seeing a bridge that is broken. And we can stand here and say, who broke the bridge and why won't nobody fix the bridge? But if the one person steps up and goes, I'm going to fix the bridge. Oh, you can't do that on your own. You must be out your mind. And that's for men too. Everything starts with delusion. My idea is delusion to a lot of people. But then when I look around and I know that there is anything is possible if you want it to be. And what I think your answer is not, it's not going to come to you. There is nothing more that we can do about what's happening in our community until we build our own. And that's just it. You're going to have naysayers. You're going to have people that's not going to want to be involved. You're going to have to, because again, we have to mobilize. Because remember, when we start to vote again, there are laws that they've already written. You can go to jail for giving somebody water. They done locked down a whole lot of places to vote. I can't worry about what a black man feel right now. I have to worry about protecting those who need it. And that is where now we get into the education part of it. We could come together and educate. Me and you can have that conversation. I'm all for it. It is, but now it is incumbent upon us to do something that is outside of conversation. That's the getting dirty part.
Right.
And as yes, it would. We have had many leaders over the years in our community, right? But we don't have any more. Do you understand? Like, unlike our counterparts, they breed leaders. They breed them.
The white community, yeah, absolutely, yeah, they do.
I think we have leaders. No,
we do.
looking
No.
at the
Hold on,
leaders
Heart.
right here.
No,
Go ahead, baby.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
baby.
yeah.
Go ahead,
I completely understand. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm talking about, it was an old saying. I don't know how old everybody is. I'm not asking. But when I was growing up, I used to love hearing the Parliament Funkadelics, and they said the revolution will not be televised. And what that means is that we are going to have to do some work, because you cannot fix what's already broken. We need to just rebuild. And I'm not talking about going in the hood and buying up the hood, because they're going to fight you on that. We already know that.
Right.
I'm saying that there are pieces of property all over here, and the laws that are for people who own property are a lot different from the people who live in the hood.
Very different.
So
When
I
you're
cannot
renting.
wait. I cannot wait on a man, woman, child. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And at this point, it should only be solution driven. And so if you want that answer to change, my love, you either are going to try to help those who need education, or we just leave it alone. And as we say in the training world, we're going to shelf that. We'll come back to that after the house is finished, because there's nothing of positivity that's going to give us what we need.
You know what? I hear you. I'm actually having you explain it more to me. Yes, I'm all for building a community. If us as Black women have to build it for ourselves and to make it a safe environment for other Black women and Black children to thrive and stuff like that, I'm all for it. I guess my concern is Black women building this community and having some dusty ass naker come in and try to mess it up or whatever. But
well, nobody can mess up anything. Yeah, it won't. Nah, you gonna get haters. You gonna get haters. But baby, let me tell you something. There's plenty of ways to secure your house, okay? And we'll leave it right there.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm gonna drop off, and I don't mean to kind of derail the conversation and whatever. I appreciate all of you, and y'all all got difference of opinion, and I love it. And I hope to be back on this panel. I hope, but if I'm banned from the panel, then I understand. But I just want to. Okay.
As long as you can support as long as you can support why you feel what you feel, and you're willing to have a discussion about it, I can have you here. It's the people that are just, well, that's how I feel. Okay, so you got to go, because I can't have a discussion with you. I can't do that.
And I
was not
asking because my kids were, I have muted. I didn't hear what had been said. So I really honestly wondered how it, like, when I came back on, it was like Black men this, Black men that. Honestly, that's all it was. That's all it was.
No, it's all good. I kind of I spoke about abortion, and then I kind of spoke about Black women protecting our wounds, and then it got into I got into the relationship between Black woman and Black man, and so it kind of rolled down the hill from there. But I'm going to drop off. I respect you, ladies. And
Gentlemen.
disagreement actually comes out of love for Black women and Black children, and I want us to thrive and be better and make better choices. And that's all I want. So peace and blessings to everybody. I'm gonna drop off. Have a good evening to all.
Thank you.
Bye,
Peace
y'all.
to you as well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Same to you.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Have
Good
a
night.
Corey, you've been quiet, girl. Did you fall asleep on us? I think she fell asleep.
Corey.
Miss Corey.
How sweet.
Corey girl.
I'm gonna drop Corey off.
Corey girl.
I think Corey going to bed, y'all. She done fell out because she would have been gotten involved in that conversation.
Is she in the East Coast?
Honey, look.
She'd have been got involved right there. Poor thing.
Maybe she went to sleep. Yeah, maybe she went to sleep.
Well, she on the East Coast, so it's late. It's 12:30 over there now. It's 12:30. But y'all, we've been up all around the mulberry bush and back. We done had us a conversation tonight, ain't we?
We sure did.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Again,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I need to have this. I woke up this morning. I heard this news. I'm in California, so I got the news a little later, and I was so upset. I could barely even focus on work. To be honest,
yeah. This is a lot.
I was
Couldn't even focus. I don't
because
know
I honestly didn't. I heard it was happening, but I didn't think. I honestly believed it was gonna go the other way. I didn't think this was going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to put it out. I thought that because, their session officially ends like next week, and then the Supreme Court, and then they don't come back, I think, to September, October. So I just thought, well, maybe they'll wait and they won't even announce it until after the November midterms. Honestly, that's what I thought.
There is an agenda that is going on behind the scenes, right? And that's why I'm saying, Black folks, allies, my people, please listen to me when I say,
and I'm scared
it's going to come down the pike and things are going to get worse. Winter is coming, my friends. And that's why you need to connect with those who are about solution-driven lifestyles. Because if we don't, we're going to be in trouble. Good night, Dr. Sabal. I was reading all your comments. All right, I'm done talking.
And let me tell you something. Independent of even Roe v. Wade, and I'm not going to derail us again, but the fact that winter is coming, we are now up to 100 food processing plants in this country that have mysteriously blown TF up.
No way, 100?
100. We reached 100 a few days ago. Mysteriously. Ain't nobody talking about that. But now we're going to talk about Roe v. Wade. Okay. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying that we got to watch for the distraction too. There's a lot going on. And then there's the distraction that'll be like, dang, we're going to hit you right upside the head. Right. So the food processing plants, we've got gas in some places. I heard somebody say that their gas was $7 a gallon. Do you know I wouldn't be going nowhere?
Right.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
I'm about to get a horse. I'm in the South. I'm about to be riding through the streets.
I'm moving to the South.
The elephants are.
I'm in NC. Come on.
Yeah. Frog robots are being created. The elephants are making a revolution. If you haven't heard, things are going crazy.
They're burning cattle alive too.
The what?
Yes, cattle, because there's a short because of the droughts.
Yes.
Cattle dying.
Yep.
Then they have
Pedophile.
reopened the
But
Flint location for the baby formula that didn't have no inspection for 2 years, and I'm
yes.
the OSHA violation on
Mm-hmm.
time
Did
100. It's crazy.
Oh yes,
Mm-hmm.
honey, listen. This is what I was talking about earlier with the earth building. Do you know you could take a piece of property, an acre, and you can put 52, I say it again, 52
Mm.
7 to 800 square feet homes on one piece
Yep.
of land.
On one piece of land.
And when you break it down, like I said, it's not a pipe dream. People have been doing it since the beginning of time. And while
Absolutely.
ain't nobody looking, y'all, that's what I'm telling you. It is important to us. I mean, if we don't see that, of course, the food we eat, the air we breathe, how we have to deal with things on a day to day basis, the direction that things are going, we
No.
own nothing. So we're not in control of anything.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
So I'm gonna circle this back around, y'all, because now, well, I'm
ooh.
getting up to conscious TV hours now. We've been on 4.5 hours. Let me
You
call
got
my
that
baby daddy
second
and tell
win.
him. Let me call my baby daddy and tell him I did good tonight.
Awesome.
We're gonna bring this back around to Roe v. Wade. I was surprisingly affected by it. I didn't think I would be that affected by by this coming out. But I'm going to say this again. My heart breaks for those that had already made this decision that for their own bodies, and now they're not going to have the luxury of waiting for the states to any laws to change or anything like that. So if you know someone or if you happen to hear this, I'm just going to really put it out into the universe that people are going to find this lengthy live and they're going to watch it and but so if you hear it, and I'll put this in my description and everything too, if you're in a space that this is the problem, right, that this is going on in your state, I'm gonna ask those of us that are in these states, I'll put the link in the description, where there's problems like this, can we please come together and help our sisters? Can we
Yeah.
come together and help our sisters? We need a nationwide network,
Yes, we do.
okay, of those of us that have the means, can put our hands on the means. Maybe there's something that you can do to help, like in that particular state. Maybe you can, like, I don't know. I don't even
Right.
know. I feel like we need some daycare people. I feel like we need some people that
We
can
need it
teach.
all, Lisa. We need it all. We
Right.
need it all.
It's a
And
lot.
that's what it is. It is a lot, and you can delegate and we can make that work. It can
Don't
be done.
put nothing else on my. You know what? My team is listening to this. They're gonna tell you her plate's already full.
No, no,
The
no. I
platter.
don't mean you. I don't mean you. I'm just saying. Just just giving us the opportunity to discuss and meet as minds
Yeah,
meet. We have
Yeah.
a platform, you guys,
Thank you.
that we can use to do awesome
absolutely.
things with. We know this. I don't care about what people ain't gonna do, ain't gonna watch, ain't gonna see. That's the problem. Who cares?
Who cares?
Those who do will, and we
Yeah.
know it.
So I'm going to create some sort of system for us to gather up this information, okay? Since I have got the basis to do it. Let's create a system so that across all 50 states, no matter where you are, if you need help, we can put people in place to help you. So I need people that are willing to do. Some of us are very willing to put money in. Some of us are very willing to put our time in. We need to be helping people get skills so they can be employed. I need some more of my entrepreneurs out there. Where y'all at?
Yes.
Where y'all at?
I'm here. Yes, let's go.
I'm waving
Come
my
on.
hand.
Do it.
I'm waving. I'm ready. Let's go.
I,
Hey.
Present.
I need y'all.
Let's be
Those of you
twerking in
that
the
want to
chat.
that are the healers and the medicine men and women in our community as well.
And
And all,
everybody.
I need y'all too. Okay? I can help people set up businesses, guys.
It's time to get the good people together and rumble. Let's shake the earth. because she's
Absolutely.
begging for us.
Hmm.
She's crying for
Absolutely.
us.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. You got me hyped, man. Let me get out of
Now's
this.
the time.
Say
Now's the
You see what
time.
I'm saying? This is the movement. I was just y'all. Okay, I can't even let y'all go. And Lord knows I got to go to the bathroom. Okay, hold on, y'all. Listen, I've been holding this alcohol for a minute. You know, you break the seal, it's over.
I know, right?
But that's true. I was in Boston a couple weeks ago working with and I spent a whole week with a young man. I say young man because he's the same age as my kids. I told him you could just fit right in, baby. You just fit right on in there. And and so he's Caucasian, y'all, but he is also LGBT. Okay. So he's
Got it.
part of the family. And I'm not going to tell his total story, but let's just suffice to say he grew up in a Christian household. Okay. And what that all brings. And we all know what that brings.
Mm-hmm.
Unforgiving one. So at any rate, he met me and we met somewhere. And so we were in Boston together. And we were chatting one night about something completely unrelated. And all of a sudden, I said to him and the other young lady that was there, I said, you all don't understand sometimes the sheer responsibility that I feel for my people. I can't expect for you to understand. You can empathize, you can sympathize, but you never understand, and that's okay. You could be ally. I get it. But I have this maternal, I feel this deep responsibility to help my people. And this deep responsibility to grab everybody that's willing to be a part of that so that we can take action. So when I say, where are my entrepreneurs at? When I say, where are my teachers? Where are my healers? Where are my builders? Where are my farmers? Where are you? I honestly mean, where the hell are you? Because I literally broke down and cried for it feels like probably an hour because it just was heavy. We can do this, but I can't do it alone.
I
Okay.
got 2 hands, 2 feet. Let's go. Let's go.
Looks to me we got 10 hands and 10 feet right here on
That's
him.
right. Let's
And we got
go.
27 in the chat. So we got
Let's
plenty.
go. That's right. And it starts with the small. And the next thing you know, I mean, at least I have to just say this to you. Yes, that's what I feel. And I've always felt like that. Even as a little girl, I have always cared about my community and the things that are taking place in it and the injustices that take place. And it has gotten me in trouble many times. But
Yeah.
it is okay to feel that, and there's a blessing to feel that because I know it's a lot of people walk around the earth empty, empty.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many people who are.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I know all of you feel some semblance of that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here for 4 point almost 5 hours talking. So and listening, right? Uh, so I just want us to do right by our people. I don't care what your orientation is. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your pronouns are. I maybe I should, but I don't. What I care about is, are you ready to step into your purpose?
And are
And
you a good
also, what I
person?
care about is this. I'm gonna tell y'all something too. I don't do these things for free, okay? And I don't expect any of y'all to do it for free either. But I want us to begin to create a community and an economy. Because if there's one thing that other folks know much better than we do is entrepreneurship and that economy. Okay? So if we gotta go and grab some of that economy and from over there and bring it over here, then I think that's what we need to do. And we need to not be like nickel and diamond each other and don't undersell yourself on the other side. Right? Did I lose y'all? Everybody got real motherfucking quiet right there.
Nah, we
Oh,
waiting to
boy.
fit. Look, I was being quiet. You know that's hard for me, so I was being quiet. I was listening. I can
We
run my
just
mouth all
respecting
day.
it.
Listen here.
We respecting. We were having to
Look,
sink in.
it is such a pleasure though to talk to people that are like-minded, and that's when I say my people, I don't mean in a blanket statement of all black folks, because no, I don't do that. I ain't even gonna pretend the creator know my heart. I'm petty. No,
Right.
I just think that for us intellectuals, for us fighters, for us, our freedom fighters, the people that you have purpose, but because of the way our society is set up, they make it for you to be scared of stepping away from the normalities of what's been set up.
Yeah.
And when you go against that grain, when you start bucking against that, they ain't trying to hear you.
Yeah.
And I have been made to be quiet for the majority of my life. I was raised in a home that children were seen, not heard. And then I got in relationships where I was seen but not heard.
Yeah.
And so, and even in my workforce, you know what I mean? My mom has a nickname for me, and it's Gangbusters. And like I said, I don't even need nothing to drink. I'm on.
Right.
It is, and that's because I love life.
Yes, ma'am.
And I love people. I hate to see people in pain, and I feel it to my bones, and I didn't understand it until I became an adult. And now I'm proud of that. It's just a part of who I am, and knowing other people like you guys, y'all don't even know.
Yes.
Y'all don't even know. I have felt like I have walked alone the majority of my life, and for the first time I really do feel like I'm meeting people who they understand my crazy and I understand theirs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm ready. I hope we all can come together and make something beautiful, and then I can get in there and cook us something. All right, that's what I'm
All right
talking about.
now. Cause
With the big
listen,
table, baby. With the big
I'll be
table.
right in
Yeah,
there.
honey.
I'll be right
I
in there with
burn.
you
I
guys.
burn for you.
I'm
Look.
always hungry. I'm always hungry, so that's a good idea. That's the truth.
My stove plates. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, y'all. Listen, we gonna get this on out of here. We're gonna get this on out of here. Thank you all for being here. Everyone that was already on the panel and then has had to leave because it's been 5 hours. Thank you for everyone that's been here for the entire time. Thank you for those who've already subscribed. If you haven't already, please consider doing so. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, we will do this much more often. I don't know about 5 hours, but we will have these panel discussions much more often. And the next one I'm going to try to do tomorrow if I can. I think I'll be able to. I would need to talk about the new leaders. Okay, we need to talk about the new leaders, and a lot of y'all right here are it. So I want y'all to be back because I need to talk about the new leaders and how we cannot allow ourselves to be gaslit. Okay. I'm big on the gaslighting lately because I'm sick and tired of it. So let's talk about how we could be leaders in reshaping. All right. Let's
Yes.
talk about that. All right.
All right.
All right. Wonderful, guys. All right. Well, I'm going to do like they do on some of these other channels that I be seeing around here. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. So on 3, guys, we're going to tell everybody good night. 1, 2, 3.
Night.
Good
Good night,
night.
everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Many
guys.
blessings, you guys. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heart of Inspiration.
See y'all.
Thank you.
Love
Bye,
and
babies.
love and love.
Bye.
How do I? Oh, there.